Welcome back to Finish or Fail, the only show where I watch random shows from the previous season of anime until I've watched every single one. This is the one where I finished all the ones I haven't finished yet, and this is an intro I'm recording on the day when I finished the final show and began editing because I realized I'd forgotten to shoot or record an intro. So that's the premise. We're gonna start with the Dark Elf Booby Show. Enjoy the ride. Everything's time stamped. Enjoy the ride. I just dropped Chotto dake ai ga omoi dark elf ga Isekai kara Oikakete Kita. Is bad. I mean, you could tell what was going on. You could pretty much tell. Like, you don't need to watch the show to know what this is. There's a show with boobs in it, and boobs and boobies, and boobies. Is a show with boobies in it. I dropped on episode one. Look, it's what it's trying to be. It's pure fat. It's like softcore porn. Like there's just not anything else to it. You know, like there's not there's not things like there's nothing else to the story. It's just boobies on the screen, and that's the entire show. If this were a manga, which it actually happens to be, two separate manga, which as far as I could tell, one of them is the all ages one, and one of them is the boobies one. Um, Look, if this is the type of like character design that you're super into, if you like a sort of just absurdly boobed um dark elf sort of pseudo yandere obsessive, you know, with no real personality beyond I am obsessed with the main character, Shota. Like if and you've just like maybe read the manga. I don't think there's any reason to watch the anime. Like if it's a manga, it could be like a little one shot, you know. I wouldn't personally be interested in it. But there's stuff like that where it's like, you know, you get a nice, well drawn, fan servicey image, and that's pretty much the entire thing. And you read one, and then you just like, okay, that was neat, and you see it on Twitter, right? Like that's, you know, that's fine if that's what it is. And I think that's probably the sort of thing we're talking about. It's fine. Look, there's nothing to say about this show. There's just nothing to say about it. It's like it's just boobs. Like there's literally nothing else to it. Um, I dropped it at episode one. I don't think there's really any reason to watch it. I wouldn't really, unless like this character design really, really speaks to you. But even then, I'd say you're probably gonna prefer the manga. Not that I've read the manga. I'm just like this feels like something that would work in manga. Like the show also looks bad. Like it's very poorly animated. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I. It's exactly what I expected it to be, and that is to say, not particularly good. All right, let's see where we're at. I don't know why people in the comments, someone in the comments tends to tell me what's in is like, why are you going on random.org? But anyway, here we go. We're gonna go with six now. We're gonna go with six, which puts us at this one. Danjo no Yuujou wa Seiritsu suru iya Shinai. Childhood BFFs Himari and Yu's vow of friendship hits turbulence when Yu reunites with his first crush in high school. Himari, who's never known the fuzzy warmth of a crush, must now confront her feelings. Okay. This is a stupid will they won't they love triangle show. This is one of the stupid this is gonna be if this is a misunderstandings based rom-com. Well, we'll find out real quick, but I'm not looking forward to it. Okay, so this show isn't like bad. Um, it's not good. I guess we have a word to describe these things. It's mid. It's mid. Um, it's the sort of show I probably could finish. You know, like I almost certainly could finish this show. I mean, unless it goes to absolute shit later. Um, it gives me gonna become overly melodramatic, like towards the end of episode 3 vibes. You know, it's not great, but it's not terrible. Like I would probably. This is a show where, like, based on episode 1, I can't tell you, like, oh, it's immediately giving me drop signals. But I also can't. It's not giving me continue signals either. And I think in a series like this, where I have so many shows to get through, that makes it a drop. I don't see a way that this show is actually worth. I don't see a world where I finish this show and think to myself, I'm glad that I spent that time doing that, you know? Uh, I think, to give you my thoughts, you know, the main character is bumbling, slightly annoying, but mostly just non existent in the way that main characters in these shows tend to be, with no real personality to speak of, besides a few traits that are just sort of carved out so that they can mention it from time to time. Uh, Blue haired girl is also very generic, sort of Genki, tomboy ish, although not strictly speaking tomboy, but you know, the characters are just boring and generic, right? Like there's not a huge amount of chemistry there. It's not like entirely lacking in chemistry, but there's nothing that makes me, you know, actually want to see where these people's relationships progress from here. Um, the other girl, this girl, you know, she's also kind of just nothing. Like it's just the character is just nothing, and it's like sure, it's episode 1, right? Like maybe there's more to it that gets revealed. I'm sure there is. I'm sure that in poorly animated scenes of characters crying, uh, we'll find out the depths of their emotions. But no, we're not gonna find out because we're not finishing this show. Okay, MOONRISE. MOONRISE is the next show on my list that my random number generation has generated for me. In a not too distant future, humanity has established a loosely organized world government with everything managed by international AI network. Okay, it's Psychopaths but on the moon. That's all you need to know. Okay, this show is unwatchable. I don't know how to explain it to you. I don't want to. This show is unwatchable. It's it's a show that is. I'm gonna give it a rating of a 3. I'm gonna give it a 3. It's like, oh, we're tryharding. That's what the show is. This is a tryhard show. It's like, oh, we're on Netflix, which, by the way, they count it as an ONA. They count it as an ONA because it's on net. It was made for Netflix. Like that's a feels kind of like strange, but I guess it's technically true. Anyway, this shows like, oh, we're tryharding. Look how serious we are. Look how much animation we have. Do you see all the frames? Do you see all the frames in the special effects and the CG? Do you see how much we're tryharding? Look, we got the characters. We're serious. Anime is a serious art form. It's all very serious business. Look, I'm a serious tryharding anime with philosophical themes and mature characters. No, you're not. No, you're not, mate. I've seen those before. You're not one of them. This show starts in media res, okay? And why do you start a story like that? You start it to build intrigue, right? Like there's two ways to start a story. Either you begin at the beginning or you begin in the middle of the action. If you begin at the beginning, you give the audience time to get to know the characters, to get to know the world first, and that way when things start happening to them, the audience has a reason to care. You start a story in media res, you start a story with a big action scene, without introducing the characters or the world or anything like that, in order to get the audience to start asking questions. Who are these people? What is going on? What is this thing, right? And then they want to know the answers to it. The problem is, if you start a story with the world's most generic fight on about against robots with about 50 characters that you've never seen before, you don't know have any reason to care about them, talking about stuff that you have no way of understanding, uh, I am not sitting here thinking to myself, oh, I really am intrigued. I want to know where this goes from here. I want to know the answers to who are these people? Who are the robots attacking them? How does this weird like science-y magic system work? How does the sci-fi that's the magic that's actually sci-fi stuff work in this world? Like, I'm not sitting here asking that questions. I'm sitting here thinking, okay, I don't fucking care. You have not given me a reason to care. I would argue that starting off with a big action set piece is like always the worst way to do this because you can't learn anything interesting through that. You know, like a good way to do something like this would be, you can have an action scene, but make it like interesting. Give us reason, put a save the cat moment. Give us reasons to care as early as possible. It's a risky move starting a show off like this, starting any story off like this. It's a risky move precisely because you have to give the audience a reason to care very quickly. They have to actually be presented with a question they want to know the answer to. And you can only want to know the answer to something if you actually care about what's being presented. So it's difficult to start stories like this. You'll notice a lot of like Marvel movies start like this. A lot of superhero movies, big blockbuster movies start like this because big blockbuster movie audiences are stupid and lazy, and they need a bright flashing lights on the screen as soon as possible to hook them into something so that they don't feel like it's boring because they have watch a story about human beings, they start going like, oh, it's just people in a room, it's just people in a room talking. Motherfucker, life is just people in a room talking. I watched the first, and it's literally like, it's not even that I don't care, it's that I hate this show. Like, I'm like, stop trying to get me to ask these questions. Do the due diligence of the fucking making a story first. Do the due diligence of having characters. You can't just be like, oh, we've been betrayed, but how? But who could have betrayed us? As if I'm gonna give a shit. You can't. You like. What do you fuck do you mean betrayed? Like what world is this? Is this a like I don't know anything. How serious is a fight against robots? Like they're fucking robots. Like what does this mean in this world? I don't know. I have no way of knowing. I don't fucking give a shit. Stupid. Unwatchably bad. Actually fucking awful. Okay, I have watched 6 episodes of Kowloon Generic Romance, and I think I'm gonna drop it. Uh, this is kind of a mystery show. It's got a bit of everything. It's got a romance plot. It's got a bit of a mystery plot. It's got a bit of a sci-fi twist. But it's also got a bit of a nostalgic twist. Obviously being set in the Kowloon walled city. Um, it's got a little bit of everything. Ultimately, the strongest aspect of the show is the characters and the romance. But that isn't allowed to play out because of the focus on the show's central mysteries, which, to be honest, could be interesting, but it's one of these shows where, in large part, the mystery is only sustained by the fact that characters exclusively speak in riddles.
and I kind of fucking hate it when anything does that. It reminds me of Chaos Head, the visual novel. Chaos Head is about twice as long as it should be because every fucking character exclusively speaks in riddles and doesn't just talk like a human being. Like, if you were a person in any of these situations and someone answered you like any of the, like, if you had questions, deep questions about the fundamentals of who you are and where you live and what this place is and these sorts of things and who these other people are, and you came across these mysteries in real life, and you knew that this other person had the answer or at least had some of the answer, you wouldn't be satisfied with some vague riddle answer that just gestures at there being some greater truth. You would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Give me a straight answer. You clearly know something. It's, that's how I would feel. That's how any of us would feel. Um, it's always extremely frustrating when characters don't do that in anything to me. It's always extremely frustrating when characters just let other characters get away with speaking in riddles, with speaking in extremely vague terms about stuff that should be extremely important to them. It should be like a fundamental question about their reality, and they know for a fact that the other person has answers. Um, it's not like the mystery is horrible. The actual mechanics of the mystery or mysteries in the show, they're somewhat interesting, right? They're somewhat unique. They're somewhat interesting. Original. I can't think of anything that's particularly similar to this. I gotta give it credit there. But the manner in which the show goes about um, dealing with the questions it raises, you know, it's like you got to make a choice. You're either a surrealist show, which is making sort of emotive gestures and metaphors when you set up some reality. If you look back at Apocalypse Hotel, the show from the season that I really loved, Apocalypse Hotel raises a lot of questions. Okay, it's intentionally vague about a lot of details of world building. Right? It's intentionally vague about a lot of its world building and about its characters and these sorts of things. It's vague on purpose because those things don't matter. Right? What matters is the actual stuff you see. It's intentionally vague because it doesn't want the audience to get distracted by the minutia of the world building. It wants to tell stories about people and their relationships. In this instance, it's the opposite. There is a genuinely compelling story about people at the center of the show, and sometimes it can be executed very well, but it's continually jumping off on a tangent to have characters spew riddles at the viewer in order to create intrigue about the setting. And the thing is, the intrigue is intriguing because the setting is unique and interesting. And a pizza has just been placed into my hand. Um, and there's a dog here, and you wouldn't even expect him to exist. Uh, the setting is genuinely unique and interesting. It almost reminds me a little bit of Aria or something. Um, there is it's almost a little bit Shimeji simulation esque. There are themes of a sort of reality being an illusion or a construct and manipulated through technology. It's got some interesting stuff going on there, but whereas Shimeji simulation is pretty clear that this stuff is metaphorical and surrealist, and it uses it to construct an atmosphere. This is the thing that's really lacking in the show is atmosphere. I do think there's a solid that the characters in the show are endearing, interesting, unique, three-dimensional. You know, and their relationships are well thought through. They have interesting chemistry with each other. Central romance, the generic romance in Kowloon is interesting. Um, however, um, you know what's a big fucking major problem with this show? It's a show set in the Kowloon walled city, at least some form of the Kowloon walled city. You know, why do you barely see it? Why isn't the setting a character? You know, if you have such an interesting, unique, historical setting for your show, you know, why isn't the entire show just full of shots of water dripping from the ceiling and bunched together houses and things like this? You know, why is there not more time spent establishing the setting as an actually cool place? It's like, oh, we set it in the cool place, but we never really talk about it. The fact that it's actually set in the Kowloon walled city, as far as I know, unique event and location in all of human history, you know, it doesn't actually matter. The fact that they're in China or Hong Kong doesn't matter. They all speak Japanese. Every single character is a Japanese immigrant, coincidentally. You know, the fact that they live in Kowloon, which was controlled by the Triads, no Triads in the show, nothing like that. You know, the fact that Kowloon, like anything that would matter about living in Kowloon, any material consequences, anything like, you know, they come up occasionally. They come up occasionally, but they're really just window dressing. They're never integral to the manner in which the story is told, to the characters' daily lives, in anywhere near as much as to a level that they should be. You know, if you have an interesting setting, fucking milk it, man. Fucking milk that shit. You know, I want to see gratuitous, cool ass back, you know, B-roll establishing shots of the architecture. You know, where's this show's reverence for the unique architecture of Kowloon? It doesn't exist. Like, you know, we've all spent, I'm sure, many times looking at photographs of Kowloon because it's such an interesting, fascinating place. It's cyberpunk. This show it doesn't feel cyberpunk at all. You know, it's fucking always sunny, bright colors, daytime. You know, like sure there's a bit of pathetic fallacy sometimes the scenes get darker when the moods get darker and whatever, but like, you know, where's, you know, if I'm seeing a show set in Kowloon, I want it to be fucking Night City, you know, I want it to be the sprawl, I want it to be fucking have a little edge to it. I want the characters to actually, you know, people who lived in Kowloon, they weren't exactly rich, they weren't exactly middle class, right? These were poor people. The main characters, you know what's fucking that's the main issue? The main characters never have a speck of dirt on them. They are spotless. Every single character in this show is absolutely spotless, clean, immaculate, constantly. There is like some sort of theme of like a class dynamic where the main, I don't know if I necessarily want to call him an antagonist, but he's kind of like the foil, you know. Um he like he's definitely not the villain. I think I'd call him the antagonist, right? The main antagonist, he's clearly, you know, he comes from money, he runs a big company, you know, whereas there's sort of supposed to be this sort of conflict between them, but they never play into it, they never make it into anything, you know. um there's no material, as far as I can tell, other than the fact that guy lives in a bigger house. Like, being rich has no material consequences in this world, right? Like, everyone looks exactly the same, everyone dresses the same, everyone eats the same food. No one's ever struggling for money. No one's ever broke. No one's ever dirty. No one's ever scrapping together whatever they can find. You know, there's no like, where's the, you know, none of the stuff. There's no gangs. There's no violence. There's no drugs, there's no technology in any interesting way. Like, where's any of the stuff that would happen if you lived in Kowloon? You know, where's the triads at? Where's any of the, like, you know, edge? You can't make a show set in the edgiest place ever and not have any edge. May as well just set it anywhere. But it's not even that. It's just that Kowloon doesn't show up. Like, they're constantly talking about the city, but they never show it. They're constantly talking about Kowloon. They're constantly fucking talking about it, but there's nothing to it. It doesn't exist. There's no. You'd never see it as anything like super interesting or unique. It shows up occasionally, but like, where's the fuck? Like, play into it harder, man. So I think this is a show which has some good elements to it. I think there is genuinely interesting stuff and unique stuff being done here. But it's let down by the fact that it's focusing on the entirely wrong things. There's no, you know, it feels like it feels like one person wrote up the concept, and then a completely different person actually wrote the story, who had no interest in any of the things that the setup was clearly intended to produce. And that's why it's a massive letdown, in my opinion. So I'm gonna end up dropping it in episode 6. I'm gonna give it a 5 out of 10. And we're gonna move on to our next show. The market is dropped. Okay. Holy moly! It gave me the number one. It gave me the number one, which is Lazarus. I predict that I'm gonna drop this show really early on. Okay, Lazarus. What do I say about Lazarus? Say about that. How do I begin? Where do I begin here with the failures? What you have to understand about Lazarus, okay, is I don't know how much of this is on Shinichiro Watanabe. I don't know how much of this is on Adult Swim. I'm going to guess a lot of it is on Adult Swim. I saw a little interview where he said he wanted to make something. You know, he approached Cartoon Network saying he wanted to make something more like Space Dandy, and they said no, make something more like Cowboy Bebop, and this is how we got Lazarus. As you can tell, it really wants to show you. It's extremely interested in telling you how much it's like Cowboy Bebop, which is weird because it's nothing like Cowboy Bebop. At no point is it anything like Bebop. Um, it's not even similar. Um, yeah, I don't know how much of this is on Watanabe. I don't know how much of this is on Adult Swim. It's a weird like American Japanese co-production, basically made for an American audience, but made for like Adult Swim clearly don't know what they're doing, right? They're making they were like, you know what anime is popular? Uh Cowboy Bebop, right? But what they failed to establish is the fact that Cowboy Bebop was made in the 90s and gained massive popularity in the 2000s with an American audience. Um, we don't live in the same world anymore. Anime has changed, and the West's relationship with anime has changed significantly. It's not to say that Bebop is bad. It's just that Bebop, as I've said on numerous occasions, I happen to be of the opinion that Bebop is actually a terrible first anime, because the problem is if you show someone Bebop and they love it, they're going to be extremely disappointed because nothing else is like that. Like you've got maybe Trigun and Space Dandy, and then you basically run out of shit to watch if that's what you come to anime for. Because Bebop is not like anime. That's why people recommend it as a first anime. They're like, oh, this is not like anime. This is like a Western movie. It's like a movie. Everyone likes movies, and then it's a terrible way to introduce someone to anime because it's nothing like the rest of anime. That's my opinion. Um, the anime things have changed. I don't know why they would be. It's just very strange. You can't reproduce the magic of Bebop because Bebop had its place and time. A modern day reinterpretation of the same kind of thing would be entirely different. It would be, I mean, I don't even know where to begin. It would be nothing like this, and it would also be nothing like Bebop. But enough of that. There are a number of other strange things about this show. Um, like all of the marketing, the OP, everything like that is so clearly signaling Bebop. It's a sci-fi show. It's kind of got the grittiness. The main character is a little bit Spike Spiegel-y kind of looking, kind of feeling, but he's also not. It's like it feels like Watanabe wanted to make something different, and the execs at Adult Swim were like, "No, Bebop sold well. You got to make Bebop." At the same time, I might be giving him too much credit there. I might be giving him too much credit there. Maybe he had a lot more authorial control than I'm giving him credit for, and this is his fuck up. I don't know whose fuck up it is. It doesn't matter whose fuck up it is. The point is, there are various things that don't work at all. I'll tell you a big one that doesn't work. Given the fact that this show is nothing like Bebop, the fact that I think this is actually the exact perfect example of like the problems with the show. So they went we like this. We like bebop. One of the great things about bebop is the excellent jazz soundtrack by uh, whoever. I forgot what the band's called. Whatever, those guys, right? Um, let's get a popular modern day American jazz musician to do the soundtrack. So they hired Kamasi Washington. If you don't know who that is, he's he's one of the better known jazz musicians, modern contemporary jazz musicians doing good stuff out now. Works with Kendrick a lot. You may if you like Kendrick, if you listen to the Kendrick song "Squabble Up," I believe one of the first lines in the Kendrick song from his newest album, he says something like, "Keep that horn on me, that Kamasi." Yeah, it's that Kamasi Washington. He made the album The Epic, which is like a 3 hour long jazz album. It's pretty good. Honestly, I've always thought Kamasi Washington was like good but not great, if you know what I mean. He's never been one of my favorite jazz musicians, contemporary or just generally. I just don't think his stuff is that interesting. And one of the reasons I don't think his stuff is that interesting is the exact same reason why this doesn't work. Why you can tell this was made by people who don't know what they're doing. Because all they saw was popular jazz musician, but they never took into account that jazz is a huge genre. Kamasi's stuff tends to be kind of washed out, kind of vibes based, kind of like meandering, a little bit like rhythmless, a little bit like very very textural, floaty, you know? Unlike the jazz, the sort of the bebop that is in Cowboy Bebop, which is extremely rhythmic, extremely fast paced, extremely energetic, uh, danceable. Kamasi's stuff is not danceable. He's never made it, that's not his style. He makes these sort of cerebral, you know, uh, uh, kind of ethereal but like spirit, almost spiritual gospel influence kind of stuff a little bit. um it's very different from the blues. It's just different. It's just a completely different type of jazz, and it doesn't work in an action scene. That's the big thing. It's not the sort of thing that you put to a guy fighting a bunch of guys, because it doesn't work, because it doesn't have, it's just not what he does. It's just not what he makes. um but they, and not only that, but I don't get the, unlike with Spike Spiegel, I watch Spike Spiegel in Bebop, and I'm like, that guy listens to jazz. This soundtrack is the soundtrack that he listens to when he's relaxing. You don't get that with any of these characters, because these aren't characters. They don't have characterization. They don't have personalities. They are just like the main guy. He is just a 12-year-old who has just seen his first Stora video on YouTube and discovered what parkour is. It's that guy's idea of the coolest guy ever. That's it. He's just the coolest guy who does parkour. That's it. That's his entire thing. Um, he's impossibly good at things. He's just impossibly overpowered, right? Um, Let me tell you the other thing about this show. Like actually what this show is, what happens. If you haven't seen it, let me tell you what happens in the show. So there's a guy, he invents the perfect painkiller. It kills all the pain, but then it turns out the painkiller actually kills you after like 3 years. And so the whole world has taken this painkiller, and now they're all gonna die unless you can find him. If you find him, he'll give you the cure. Why? Who knows, right? Does this make any fucking sense? No, right? Like, why would this not have shown up in clinical testing? No one would have noticed this. I mean, I guess 3 years, whatever, but it just seems a little ridiculous. But it's the plot contrivance. I can accept that it's a stupid plot contrivance. It's a like to get the thing going, but the issue with it is the stakes are too high. It's a literally every single human is going to die level stakes. But no one takes it that seriously in the world of the show. No one seems to really care, frankly, that everyone is going to die in about 30 days. The show is constantly hammering it home how that this sort of ticking clock aspect. No one in the show seems to give a fuck. Like, yeah, oh, they show like, oh yeah, by the way, off screen people are rioting and stuff, but you never see any like none of it happens, right? None of the main characters give a shit. No named character really deeply gives a shit about any of the fact that they're all going to die soon, and everyone they've ever loved is going to die, and so like no one seems to really care. Um, but it's just the stakes are too high. Like I can't empathize. Like I can't conceive of it. You know, if you want to have stakes, world-ending stakes, you know, I can't conceive of the world. I can conceive of people. I can conceive of individual people that I care about, right? I can't imagine all the people all the time. This is the problem with that, like, you know, all of those superhero movies end up having. You know, if you want to make a good superhero movie, it doesn't matter if the entire world is going to die. What matters is the five characters that I actually know and care about are going to die. That's right. But in this instance, there are no characters to care about because there are no characters. None of these people have characterization. So the actual plot. This is the Suicide Squad. Like it's literally Suicide Squad. They Amanda Waller comes along and puts on the fucking wristband that is exactly the same as the like neck thing from Suicide Squad that blows your head up if you don't listen to them, right? And they have to find the guy, and then they go around the world trying to find the guy, right? That's it. Not it's stupid. It's just stupid. Like there's nothing to it. It's all surface level. It's entirely all surface level. It's got no depth as a narrative. It has no real fucking narrative, honestly. The entire thing feels like it has no reason to exist, like it has nothing to say. And it's talking a lot to try and cover up for the fact that it has nothing to say. Um the sci-fi world is extremely boring. It looks like the entire world looks like if you Google like sci-fi world stock image. That's what the entire world looks like. Okay, let's see. This one. It looks like this one. The entire world looks like this. Or maybe like, you know, this kind of generic. This is all fucking AI. Sci-fi city. Let's try sci-fi city stock image. I mean, these are just AI, man. But this is basically what the whole show looks like. In fact, this is like almost exactly what the whole show looks like. Or this one, you know, it all looks like this. It's like the most generic sci-fi aesthetic. This is AI. This is like weird fucking garbage AI before it was even capable of being able to do stuff. This is also weird garbage AI. What has image results turned into, man? Oh man, the internet is going to. Oh wait, I can turn on. I forgot about this. You can hide AI images in DuckDuckGo now. Well, that didn't work. Some of these are still AI, but whatever. Yeah, it looks. It doesn't even look like this. This is like too interesting. It looks like a more boring version of this image. Anyway, so the aesthetics of the show are garbage. Like this is you know, again, it's nothing like Bebop. The fact that it's nothing like Bebop is weird because they're clearly trying to signal Bebop with the putting jazz music in it. You know, everything about it is like trying to signal something about its connection to Bebop, despite it being nothing like Bebop at all. Like, yeah. Um, it has no aesthetic. Bebop is one of the most powerful things about Bebop is it has such an unique and holistic aesthetic coherence, right? This show has no aesthetic coherence. It has some characters who seem like they should be in a sort of cyberpunk thing. It has some cyberpunk aspects. It has other like pure sci-fi, like optimistic sci-fi elements. It has, you know, psychopaths, social commentary stuff, but at the same time, it has like Sonic the Hedgehog tier, you know, cool guy lore, cool guy, you know, nothingness. It's got it's not, it's got no like Look at this character. This is supposed to be the sexy character in the show. Now, have a look at this character. Do I need to say anything? Like, it just doesn't work. Everything they try fails. Everything they try to do doesn't fucking work. I have some other opinions. I'm actually gonna keep one of those opinions to myself, actually, because I just find this show in general to be pathetic. This show is just a pathetic attempt to. I don't even know what it's trying to do. Recreate. It's nothing. It doesn't try it. Somehow it doesn't try to do anything and it fails. Like it's not even trying to do. It doesn't know what it wants to be. It's like kind of a 90s throwback, but it's also like kind of trying to be a very contemporary show. It's kind of like trying to be American, but it's trying to be a Japanese person trying to do American, but it's also too American to pull that off. So it feels more like an American trying to be a Japanese person trying to be American, but it doesn't even really feel like that. It just feels like nothing. Like it doesn't know what it wants to be. Is it like super serious and grounded and gritty show about the realities of human nature, or is it a super goofy, over the top action show with like John Wick fucking kung fu action scenes where 50 guys with guns chase after one parkour guy, and yet none of them ever even attempt to shoot him, while the parkour guy just kicks them all in the face doing quadruple backflips off of walls and completely ignoring gravity. Like, is this what are we doing here? What are we doing? Are we doing? We don't know. We don't know what we're doing. The show doesn't know what it's doing. Like, it's nonsense. The show is nonsense. I'm gonna consider this to be garbage. I'm gonna consider this to be a 3 out of 10. I'm gonna consider it to be dropped, and that's about it.
Okay, I'm not going to spend any time on this, but I watched the first episode of Guilty Gear Strive Dual. I didn't even finish the first episode of Guilty Gear Strive Dual Rulers. I just don't really understand what's going on. I'm sure if you've played the game slash games, maybe there's like references to stuff. Like, I don't know. It's clearly I'm not the target audience. I don't know if it definitely. I'll tell you one thing. It looks exactly like the game. Um, like identical to the video game. That's all. That's the only commentary I can give on this. I know nothing about Guilty Gear. This is not a show that was made for me. It's kind of just confusing, and I don't really understand anything. I don't remember if I even told you guys that I was watching this one. I let me. I don't even remember which ones I've like talked about. Oh yeah, I definitely talked about Guilty Gear Strive. I watched this Shirobuta Kizoku Desu ga Zense. I started watching it. I'll give you the quick rundown. Um, you can see I already dropped it. But the quick rundown is over the interesting and notable things about it is um the main character is a fat 9-year-old, which is a very atypical isekai protagonist. Is this technically an isekai? Yeah, kind of. It's like a guy remembers his past life memories, and if he had a past life in the real world, then it technically does make it an isekai. Um, but yeah, the main character is a fat 9-year-old, which is not typical of a main character in a story. Um, but I watched too much of this. I watched like 9 episodes of it before I dropped it, which was a mistake, to be honest, because I knew it was bad way earlier than that. But I thought, yeah, I'll keep watching it because it might get better. I don't know why I did this. I kind of got costed, but at least I didn't waste time trying to force myself through to the final episode because it just wasn't worth it. Um, yeah, I mean, obviously I have a higher tolerance than most for shitty isekai. Um, Most of what kept me going through the beginning was the sort of novelty factor. It is kind of a novel concept. This is kind of similar to that sci-fi isekai from the same season, in that it's also about a kid whose parents sort of neglect them and leave them alone to kind of run a kingdom by themselves. Um, but in this show, the main character is just too young. Like I don't know why they made the main character so young. but he's too young to be involved in managing the kingdom in any real way. Um, so he doesn't really, but it's also not truly a slice of life either, because it does have like Isekai stuff and managing the kingdom stuff going on. It just never really amounts to anything. Like there is a plot, but the plot is kind of loose and all over the place, and once you get over the gimmicks, actually very generic and boring and predictable. Um, while the main character has a unique design and some interesting backstory, he's not actually interesting as a person. And the same can basically be said about the entire show. I'm not saying it's dog shit. It isn't dog shit. Um, you might find it worth watching if you're into this kind of thing. It's a bit more of a laid back isekai. It's a bit more. It's not an action show. It's like this is the problem. It's not really a comedy. It's not really an action show. It doesn't have any real. It's obviously not a romance. Um, like what genre does Anilus think it is? Is it for a comedy? It's not really a comedy. It's tagged as comedy and slice of life. It's not really a comedy. I guess it's a slice of life, but like it doesn't have any of the slice of life stuff that you'd expect a slice of life to have. Like it doesn't have a good atmosphere, for example. Like if you're doing a non-comedic slice of life, either you have some sort of dramatic tension. The show doesn't have any real drama. You have some sort of heavy focus on atmosphere, like an Iyashikei type stuff. The show definitely doesn't do any of that. In fact, it has dog shit art the whole time. Um, you know, or it's romance. The show isn't romance, or it's like very moe focused. The show doesn't have any moe in it. Uh, unless I guess unless you're into gay pedophile BBWs. uh, I don't know. Unless you're into fat little boys. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, but there's no fan service. There's nothing. There's nothing to it. There's just nothing to it. There's nothing appealing about it. It's just boring. It's just boring. Let's move on real quick because that's what we're really here for. Um, so I picked up this show, which is Ninja to Koroshiya no Futarigurashi, a ninja and an assassin cohabitating. Um, or Ninja and Assassin's Cohabitation. That's how I translate that title. Um, this is a good show. It's a good show. It is a surprisingly good show, but it is a Shaft anime. And let me tell you, I haven't finished it yet, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. But let's go back to what's good about it is it actually feels like a Shaft anime. Let's go back to some of the classics. Let's skip over a little bit of the super old stuff. Um, let's get to like what I consider sort of the classic era of Shaft, which begins around here. So you got Popotan, you got Tsukiyomi Moon Phase, you got Pani Pony Dash, Koreoba Tashi no Goshijin Sama, Nagima, and then you got Hida Sketch, you got Alpha Tale of Memories, you got Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, more Hida Sketch, more Alpha Tale of Memories. Um, you know what I'm saying? More Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, more Pani Pony Dash, Natsu no Arashi, Bakemonogatari, Down to the Vampire Band, like all of the classics. Soredemo Machi wa Wateru, Awakawa Under the Bridge, Denpo no Toseishi no Otoko, Mao Shoujo Lyrical Nanoha. Um, like, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Do you understand what I'm saying here? These are the classics. These are the classic Shaft era. Okay. Um, it keeps going. To be honest, like Nisekoi, I count as classic. Kofuku Graffiti. Um, like I'm still continuing this as being the Shaft era. Sangatsu no Lion. I haven't actually seen this, but it probably counts. Um, yeah, and then things started to slow down, right? So what is key to the Shaft sort of style? I mean, people have broken this down. A lot of people have tried to break this down. It's not the same as Akiyuki Shimbo's directing style. There is something that is like Shaft, and it's there's certain key tenets about a sort of a type of framing, a type of editing, doing some gimmicks like food sometimes being just pictures of food instead of actual food, or using like one thing almost every Shaft show does is simplify character designs down to like one key trait. Hidamari Sketch does this to an extreme degree. Like oftentimes it will just show like Yuno's hair X's, that kind of thing. This is a common trope in a lot of Shaft anime where character designs get simplified for like the sake of emphasis or a gag or something, for like a single cut. So sudden shifts in style for sort of like uh, a gag or a single cut. This happens a lot in Monogatari, where like the entire art style of the show will shift into this kind of like maybe a pop art type thing, or like you know maybe you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, there was like there's a certain shaftiness, and there's also a certain shaftiness to like the way they do dialogue. That's kind of hard for me to describe, but there's a certain shaftiness to it as well. Anyway, around like this era, they started to just fall off. Like I don't know what they were doing, but like there's not that they fell off, right? Kizamonogatari is like incredible. Sangatsu no Lion is I'm sure it's good for people who like it. But what I mean is they just stopped doing new stuff, and then it looked like they didn't like what is this? All of 2018. I don't even know what the fuck this is. I don't know why I've seen it. This is just like some fate bullshit. Like none of these are real anime. This is a music video. This is a music video. This is a 6 episode OVA, and this is a PR. This is a PR anime for Ikebukuro. This, and then this is when the pandemic hit. They just fucking tanked, right? Like they did a Salt Lily Bouquet, which sucked, and then something for their mobile game. So I guess this is probably around the time when they just started giving a shit about the Magia Record mobile game or something. I don't know. But like, yeah, for the past like since 2019, since 2018, they've just been not really doing anything. So like they did like none of these are real anime. They did the only real anime here is Bishonen Tanteidan. But even if you look further back, like the original anime, there just isn't much of it, right? But the Bishonen Tanteidan was after like a 2 year break, 3 year break from doing anything. Bishonen Tanteidan was like the first sort of return of an actual Shaft anime that looked like a Shaft anime, but also kind of didn't. It had this also like kind of different thing to it that I didn't really like, and a lot of other people didn't like. But it also sucked is the main problem with it. And then they did the next year they did Ruby and Luminous Witches, both of which were fucking awful. And then it was only in 2023 that I think they started to actually. By the way, both Ruby and Luminous Witches look like shit. They don't feel shafty. I haven't seen Ruby. I don't know why I never marked Luminous Witches or whatever this one is. Yeah, but I have seen a bit of it. I dropped it. Um, they did a random OVA for Gotobu no Hanayome, and then they did a show called Zom 100, which I didn't watch specifically because I hate zombies. I find zombies like the most boring fucking thing ever. And then they did nothing again. Um, like this is just a compilation movie. I mean, they did this Monogatari season. They did a season of Monogatari, which I haven't seen yet. This is like after I need to catch up on Monogatari. But they did a season of Monogatari, but nothing new, right? It's only now in 2025 that they actually made a new show that feels like a Shaft anime and is good and is actually good. They finally did it. They finally figured out. It took them 5 years. It took them 6 years. It took them 7 years. It took them 7 years to go from, and maybe it even took them longer than that to figure out how to like modernize Shaft. I'm amazed they didn't go bankrupt because, like, how are they? I mean, I guess they're just living off of Monogatari money and uh, um, fucking Madoka Magica money. Uh, they seem to have not done anything really aside from sequels and, like, well, clearly they're getting paid for doing promos for Ikebukuro or whatever in music videos. But they finally come back with an actual anime, is what I'm saying. Like, it feels like this is a return to form from Shaft. Like, it feels like we had 6 years of sequels and bullshit, and finally we actually get a what feels like a genuine new Shaft anime. Uh, like I mean, I didn't know that. I didn't check which studio made this. Anyone should know. Like, you start watching an anime, you can just tell if it's made by Shaft within the first few seconds. Like, they have a style, and the show gets shaftier as it goes along. It uses more and more of Shaft's visual flair. Now, I haven't finished it yet, so I'm going to give more thoughts later on the show itself. Um, when I do finish it. But yeah, I gotta say, I'm very happy. I'm very happy about this because Shaft has been, I mean, you already know, given my affinity for Hidamari Sketch, which is, one of my favorite shows. I also quite like Sayonara Zetsubou Sensei. I also quite like Pani Pony Dash. There's also a lot of duds. There's a lot of stuff I don't like. Um, I wasn't the biggest fan of Koregawa Taisho no Goshijin Sama. I wasn't the biggest fan of Tsukiyomi Moon Phase. Um, I wasn't the biggest fan of Maho Romantic, to be honest. Wait, Arcade? I don't know, but I'm confused. I confused myself. I'm confusing it with something else. I didn't like Negima, question mark, exclamation mark. Although I might have to give it another try. Um, there is Shaft stuff that I don't like. It's not like I think they only made bangers. I didn't particularly like Natsuno Arashi. Um, I like Dance in the Vampire Band. That's an underrated show. And I know, extremely hot take. I didn't like Soredemo Machi wa Mawateru. A lot of people fucking love this show. A lot of people really, really like this show. Me personally, I don't know. It just didn't do it for me. I've heard the manga is better. I'll give the manga a try at some point. And I still haven't seen Anakawa Under the Bridge. Um, I like I like Denpa Onna, but not as much as I thought I did the first time I watched it. Um, But basically, like, Shaft has always been kind of hit or miss, is what I'm saying. Like, when they have a hit, it's great, right? I like Mahou Shoujo Madoka Magica. I like Madoka. I like Madoka. I like Madoka. I think I hate this. I fucking hate this. This is bad. This is really bad. This is dog shit. But the TV show, it's fine. It's fun. I don't like Sasami-san at Gambaranai. That's fucking trash. Basically, all I'm saying is it's not like Shaft only has dubs, right? They catch L's from time to time, but it's the vibes. When they catch a dub, it's good. You like a dub from Shaft. I just finished Ninkoro, and it was pretty great. Um, it's pretty damn good. Nothing like incredible, nothing crazy good, nothing mind-bogglingly influential for the rest of my life, but just genuinely pretty damn good, just solid. Um, what I like about Shaft and what I've always liked about Shaft, yeah, is people talk about the Shaft aesthetic, the Shaft head tilt, the sort of the people talk about whether it's Akiyuki Shinbo, it's like it's not just Shinbo, it's like the whole studio. They have a you know there is a Shaft style. There are some shows which are more shafty than other shows. Monogatari, more shafty than Madoka, or Pani Pony Dash, more shafty than this show, for example. But there is a shaftiness underneath all of it, right? But what shaftiness is, there are a few key visual signifiers, many of which have been identified by other people, such as like creating a frame within a frame, or
using diegetic elements to change the aspect ratio of a shot, the shaft head tilt, extreme close-ups, um, you know, flat, like geometric Wes Anderson type framings. Um, what am I thinking? Oh, like using real pictures of stuff occasionally, simplifying character designs occasionally, down to just a key element. In the case of this show, they use this like ninja star on her head. You can see that very well. Or like this girl's glasses as like stand-ins for the character sometimes. Like there are things like that that exist, that are part of the shaft aesthetic. But a lot of the shaft aesthetic boils down to something which is missing from so much anime, which is just kind of sad, which is to say, just putting thought into framing, just actually putting any thought into the cinematography of your show. Like when people talk about shows that look good or shows that look bad, when people talk about a show like Jujutsu Kaisen or something as an example, or Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is a good example. Like Demon Slayer as this show that has great visuals. The thing is, uh, they're often talking about stuff like effects animation, fight animation, the something which I would broadly categorize into animation quality. And this show actually does have really good animation quality, although it varies along the runtime. There are moments of genuinely extremely expressive, uh, you know, um, character animation that feels situated within the world, where the characters' expressions change, um, their characters move around in a way that they feel like they have weight. The motions feel very motivated. It's got this sort of nice mixture between animation flair, cartoonish flair. There's great fight scene animation in the show. Like this show is generally above average, in terms of animation quality, but it's also nothing like insane, right? But what Shaft always does is make up for anything else by trusting their audience enough that they can show you a visual metaphor and you'll get it. They can show you a scene. Just as an example, in this show, there's one scene where two characters are kind of having a dispute. They're having an argument with each other, right? They're not getting along too well, right? They're having a fight. They're not like having a literal fight, but like they're having their relationship is breaking apart, right? And you see a shot during a moment where they're having a discussion about this. Also, I apologize, my alarm's about to go off. I'm making food. Um, but there's a shot while they're having a discussion about this where one character says something, scathing to another character, and it cuts to a shot which is framed. I should just go back to find it in the episode. I don't remember which episode it's in. But it's framed from above, like they're sitting in a family restaurant. It's framed, and the shot after this one character says something is framed from above, looking down at their table through the slats of a ceiling fan, which is blocked in such a way that the like strut, the fan blade, the blade of the ceiling fan is cutting in between them to visually represent, a cut in between these two people's relationship. And it's like, this isn't fucking, rocket science. This is like bread and butter visual metaphor stuff. The stuff the stuff even I can pick up on, right? But so many studios don't even, like, no one bothers to do this stuff. It's like, this is what I like about Shaft, is that they're willing to, they pay any fucking attention to framing and cinematography and blocking, which so many studios and directors and whatever, they just ignore. They just and everything is just shot in the most boring, utilitarian way possible. That's what I like about Shaft. That's why they're my favorite studio, and that's why I'm very happy to see them, what I would say truly back in form. Um, as for the show itself, I think it has it's great. It's great. It has a unique concept, unique characters. These aren't just characters that are just collections of tropes that would be interchangeable with any other show. These are characters which feed off of tropes. They feed off of the sort of uh, milieu, the otaku milieu, but they also combine tropes in an interesting way while also being genuinely original. There was the alarm. Uh, genuinely original and three-dimensional and interesting and importantly, they have good dynamics. They have good chemistry with each other. Just they play off of each other in interesting ways. And the plot of the show, this show it's got a bit of everything. It's got a bit of action. It's got a lot of slice of life, and it's got a lot of Yuri. It's like an action slice of life Yuri thing, and it's great. It's and comedy. It's also like mostly a comedy, I guess. Action slice of life Yuri comedy. Um, and all of those elements are pulled off well. It's not a super action heavy show, but when they need to do a fight scene, they can do a good fight scene. The comedy is generally good. It's funny. Um, it's not laugh out loud hilarious from the word go, but it's funny. The whole show has a good sense of humor about itself. Um, and the Yuri is legitimately quality. It's not the super hard focus of the show, but it's definitely, they to draw attention to it from time to time, and it's definitely there, and it's well executed, I would say. Um, the premise, I think is particularly original, and I think it's particularly it creates a good environment for this sort of dark, dark comedic moments. Um, you know, it's about effectively two psychopath killers teaming up with each other, right? It's about an assassin uh, who just kills people and feels no emotion about it. It's not typical slice of life protagonist, right? Like the sort of character might expect to see in a show where they are like, oh, so cool and dark and brooding, but actually that's not the kind of show this is at all. It's a they're placed in a comedic show. They're often the straight man, um, you know, and the main two characters have a very classic Boketsukomi type of relationship, but that's a trope because it works, and in this show it works well. Um, I also think that this show does an excellent job at how do I put this? Working, uh, there was once an anime YouTuber who talked about hiding fan service in plain sight a long time ago. This is an excellent example of this, where the characters, it's not the case that, in many shows there's fan service, which is just sort of like the show is going to take a break now to show you some boobs, right? Like everything stops while we just ogle a character for a while. That is not the kind of show this is. In this show, the characters just have sexuality baked into them. The world exists. There is sexuality in this world because there is sexuality in the world, right? It's never I can't think of a moment necessarily. There's okay. There is one episode, but that doesn't even matter because that's the premise. That's the comedic premise of the episode. One episode. The premise of the episode is that this girl gets like like comedically gigantic boobs, and it's funny. Another thing that's great about this show is that it has continuity. Like it's not if it's episodic, but it's not that everything resets after the end of each episode. Like things that happen in one episode, it starts off like fully episodic, and as it goes on, the plots of each episode continue to be episodic, but the effects carry over, right? So things actually have weight. Like one character. This is a little bit of a spoiler, but I'll try and be vague. Uh, yeah, fuck it. So there's one character, best character, this blue haired girl, by the way. Um, she gets turned into a child in one episode, and then she's just a child for the rest of the show. Like It's not like she was just introduced there. She was there for a while. She's been around for a while. She's been a side character for a while, right? And then she just like the show is well, or like one character loses an eye at one point, and then she just doesn't have an eye, you know. Um, like things carry over. Um, it makes the world actually feel continuous. It gives events weight, even when they just happen for a sort of comedic premise. They still actually have an effect on the world, which is something that a lot of people like in stories. I like it in stories as well. So like something that was a throwaway joke in chapter 1 ends up being like a super relevant thing to the plot by chapter 20 that ends up changing the entire world. You know that kind of story. I'm pretty sure this happens a lot in Homestuck. I think it's why a lot of people like Homestuck. But this happens in a lot of things, and I like that sort of trope. I think I think it's good. So yeah, I mean, this isn't my anime of the season or anything. It does have flaws, you know. And as I said, it's just a solidly good, competently made show. But it doesn't have the sort of X factor to push it over into something like genuinely incredible, right? Like it doesn't have. It's at the end of the day still just kind of a darkly premised but light-hearted comedy. It doesn't have that much thematic depth. It's not trying to. Um, it's just not trying to be a masterpiece, and so it isn't a masterpiece. It's kind of like that, if you know what I mean, right? It's just it succeeds at what it's trying to do, but it's not particularly ambitious in its goals, which is fine and good, in fact. Which is probably why the show works, right? It isn't trying to do everything. It limits its scope and it reaches that scope. Yeah, I would definitely recommend Ninkoro, aka Ninja to Koroshiya no Futarigurashi. Yeah.
So I just finished. Sorry, I have to keep my voice down. Smite is asleep in the other room. I just finished that Atelier Meister anime. It's you'll find it. I forgot to do it. I don't think I did an intro to this. I don't think I introduced that was the show I was gonna watch next. It's something like you'll find it if you look for it. Not that you have any reason to ever look for it because the show wasn't very good. I finished it. I watched the whole thing. Probably inadvisable. Um, it's it's a sort of it's not actually an isekai. It's a Naruke show. Um, give you a quick rundown of the premise here. Main guy is from a village where everyone is just super strong, but they're not. He's not. He never left the village, and no one ever leaves the village. So they're not aware. Like he's not aware that he's way stronger than the average guy. He thinks he's just sort of an average guy, but he's actually like, and he is like very weak in combat abilities. He has no combat abilities, but all of his other abilities are like legendary SSS tier. Um, so that's the situation with that guy. He's in a very powerful, fucking Yusha party type situation, and then he gets kicked out at the beginning of the show. Because his combat abilities aren't very good, because there's a number of reasons, but it honestly doesn't make any sense. And that honestly never really comes into play again. I mean, it's kind of a minor plot point that a couple of characters from the party show up again later. I guess it's not that minor. I guess it does kind of factor into the plot. Um, he fucks around for a bit. He runs into the princess, because of course he does, and some other bitches, and gets his harem together. And that's pretty much the show. He's just really overpowered. But then the strange thing is that he's really so he's not aware of how OP he is because he thinks that, and then more and more things happen to sort of coincidentally not let him see how strong he is. Like he goes when he gets tested for how strong his powers are. Like the fucking testing system magic thing bugs out because it's too powerful, and it overflows, and so he thinks he's weak. And then the strangest thing is that then everyone around him at some point decide to just hide this from him for no real reason. Like, they just don't bother to even try and explain why everyone around him has also decided not to inform him about the fact that he is probably the strongest guy in the world. He's too good at way too many things. Like, it's not like you might think he's limited in combat, but that never actually stops him from being extremely powerful in every combat scenario. Um, like to the point where it's all trivialized, right? Um, like they'll make an excuse like, oh well, the iron golems that are supposed to be 100 iron golems coming at him, oh that's how he just mined them because they're made of iron, so it's not really combated, like stuff like that, right? It doesn't really make any fucking sense. um yeah, everyone around him also decides to hide his power level from him. And honestly, he's not really even the main character of the show. Like, he is. The show is named after him. He's on the poster. Like, everything revolves around him in the plot. But really, it's the two girls that are, like, the main character that you spend most of the time sort of seeing through their eyes. Anyway, the show's not good. There's a variety, there's a myriad of reasons why it's not good. It looks like shit. Most of the show is a slideshow. Um, yeah, it's ugly. Um, like everything is stupid in the show. Like all of the plot is really I don't want to spend too much time talking about it because it's just not very good. I shouldn't have finished it. It was a waste of my time to watch this whole show. Um, I just have a higher tolerance. I've built up a high tolerance to dog shit, not okay anime adaptations. And like no one should do this to themselves, really. Like, I think I'd probably rate it somewhere between a 3 and a 4 out of 10. Um, it's not like really worth watching by anyone. It's one of these where like firstly, it's not even the only you might think this idea of like guy who thinks he's normal but is just from a village where everyone's strong is like an original plot, but it's not. There are like other anime. There are other shows with the same premise. I don't remember the names right now, but you can find them. They exist. I know of at least one more that is almost exactly the same, about a guy who grew up next to a dungeon. He grew up next to a dungeon, so he's really strong. Oh, the other thing is there's a twist in the final episode of Atelier Meister, where it also turns out that the main guy like lives forever or something. Like he's really, really old, even though he doesn't look old. He never mentions this to anyone. Um, it never comes up until right at the end. Uh, but yeah, the show is dumb. The characters are fucking zero dimensional. They're not even one dimensional. They're fucking zero dimensional. They have no personalities or chemistry to speak of. The plot doesn't really involve like it's kind of unfair to even call it a plot, right? Because like a plot, I mean, it has a plot. Things happen. Things happen in the show. It's also kind of a comedy. Like it's not an action show. Like there's action in it, but it's not really an action show. There's fights, but they don't last very long because the main guy is too overpowered, right? So the fights don't last very long. There's a little bit of like political intrigue, but that doesn't matter because the main guy has the princess on his side, who is the most, outranks everyone else. So the political intrigue never goes anywhere. There's like, there's just never any tension or stakes, really. There's like a couple of mysteries, but they don't get answered in this season, not fully. Um, it's just kind of, bleh. It's kind of vomit. It's just vomit onto your screen. Um, I'm sure I have some praise. The demon girl is cute. Hildegard is cute. The main guy, his name is Kurt, but I will call him Kuruto because that's what they call him in the show, because that's how you say Kurt in Japanese.
Also, it's funny that this demon girl, her name is Hildegard, which is kind of a weird name in English, but in Japanese, it's like 50 syllables long. It's like Hirudegarudo, and they say this constantly, and it's kind of funny. Hirudegarudo, Hirudegarudo. Anyway, um, listen, there's no reason to watch this show. Even if you're like me, even if you're like me and you have a high tolerance to this stuff, you won't get anything out of it. Like it's actually just generic and bad. Like it's not even bad in any ways that are interesting. There's no like baffling choices. Well, I think the only baffling choice is like why does this exist in the first place? It doesn't do anything. It, it's just silly. But yeah, there's nothing interesting about it really. I can't give it like a really low score because I don't know. I always feel kind of weird about like how to decide if I should give something. Like I generally find that like if I'm gonna rate something lower than a three, obviously number scores are fucking meaningless anyway. Like they don't really mean anything. It's just like it's just a fun little game to play. Really, it doesn't mean anything. But I like to think about it anyway. Um, Like if I'm giving a show a 2 or a 1 out of 10, it has to like not just be bad, but like be personally offensive to me. Like it has to act like I have to be offended by the fact that this exists at all. And that's not the case here. It's just a generically bad Naruto show. Like it's it's bad in the way that all of them are bad, but it doesn't have any of the good parts. Um and it's not like I dislike OPMC shows. It's not like I dislike Naruto shows. It's not like I dislike shows that are animated like a slideshow or pointless harms or whatever. They can be done well and they can be done badly. And in this instance, it's done badly. Like there's plot twists in the show. At least I think they're supposed to be plot twists, but all of them are so obvious and signaled so far ahead that they don't really function as plot twists. I'm not sure what they're supposed to be. Like, I don't know if they're foreshadowing and plot twists or if they're just telling you what's about to happen, which is another thing that serves to remove any sense of intrigue. Um, there's moments in the final episode. It's very very silly. There's a moment where a demon king shows up. Main character is like, "Oh, a demon king. We used to we used to kill you guys all the time in my village. This is no big deal." While everyone else is terrified, but then strangely, he is basically helpless in front of the demon king. Like he's completely chill about it while everyone else is freaking out and fighting for their lives. But when the Demon King guy attacks him, he basically wins that fight out of pure luck. Like he can't actually do anything about it. He wins that fight, yeah, pretty much out of pure luck. So it doesn't really make sense why he was so chill about it in the first place, when he didn't actually have any way to counter that guy. But that happens, and you're like, oh, that was the final boss. But then randomly, it's like, oh, the summoning circle that summoned him now is going to require souls. It's going to require 100 souls. And then that problem just gets solved instantly. I'm not going to go, it would take a while to explain. Like, okay, I'll fucking do it. Basically, the main guy, one of his powers is that he's good at cooking because he puts mana into the food, and that basically means that all the food he makes is like super powered and can cure you of any illness and curse and whatever. He puts mana into everything that he does, which I believe is just implied to just be how everyone in that village just does everything. And it just so happens that when this like thing is gonna claim, oh, it's gonna kill it, this magic circle, it's not like we can defeat it. It's a force of nature. It just has to like stay until it has eaten 100 people's worth of mana or souls or whatever the fuck, right? It just so happens for no reason. Literally, I mean, for no, maybe it was for a reason. It's very it's confusing. it's confusing and unclear. A guy just walks into the room carrying a bunch of these manju buns that the guy made earlier, that Kuruto made. And the fucking magic circle just eats the buns and then is fine. So, like, this happened before. Like, there was no reason to include this because nothing happened. Like, this, it's like, oh no, the circle's gonna kill everyone. What are we gonna do? Oh, it's fine, actually. Like, why even put that in the script? Why even include that in the story? It literally is a problem that is solved as soon as it's brought up. But it's solved through fucking nonsense. Through this, like, that's how the whole show is, basically. Problems show up, they're not really problems. They go away instantly. It's just kind of bad. But I don't think it's personally, are there some things I actually like about the show? I do think the show is maybe a comedy. I don't know. It's definitely got a comedic bent to it. It's comedic. I wouldn't necessarily call it a comedy. It has jokes. Some of the jokes land. It got a sniffle out of me. It got a sniffle out of me from time to time. It got an exhale, you know. Excuse me, I'm kind of got a bit of a cold, so my nose is dripping. That's why I'm like sniffling. It got a sniffle out of me. I like the demon girl character. She's cool. I don't know. Maybe I should give this a lower score. I just don't know. I feel kind of bad. I feel like I'm punching down. I feel like this was maybe made by a child or something. I don't know. It feels like I'm punching down. I don't want to be mean. Anyway, yeah, don't watch Atelier Meister. It's just never gonna be worth it. I can't imagine anyone would really get much out of this show at all. The next show I rolled was Haete Kurasai Takamine-san. Now this show I actually already read chapter 1 of the manga and dropped that. And I'm pretty much dropping the anime for the same reason, which is there's nothing to the show, it's just porn. it's just booba. And there's no plot. I mean, there's a bit of plot, but the plot's bad. The characters are bad, and the art is bad. It also looks really ugly, which is particularly problematic given that it's porn. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's if you have no other way to access images of anime boobs, then this is the show for you. But actually, it's not, because there are even better shows for that. So there's no reason to watch this. Dropped on episode 1. Let's move on swiftly. I just finished Mono, and it was excellent. Maybe unsurprisingly, if you know my taste in anime, I thought it was fucking great. I was a little worried. It has a bit of a slow start, but it gets better as it goes along. I'd say around episode 4 or 5, like that's where the show really hits its stride. It's a brand new studio, their first anime, as far as I can tell, and I was, I'm probably reading too much into it, but I think there's a fair chance that they're sort of figuring out their pipeline as the show goes on, because like not only does the sort of pacing of the show improve as it goes along, but the animation and directing improves significantly as the show goes on. To the point where like I would really say this show is like very, very well directed. Um, there's a lot of really, I mean, there's a lot of really impressive animation that's not like it's just made by talented people. Like it's not, a lot of people like to sort of throw around the idea that like, oh, good animation is animation that is like
made by a big team for a high budget with plenty of time. And then bad animation is just rushed with not enough people, and but like there is a degree to which just skill plays into it, the talent and skill and ability of the animators, right? And I think it's pretty clear, this show, it doesn't have like super fucking framey animation with lots of effects, right? It's not, it's not one of those shows, obviously. It's a slice of life comedy, right? But like the character animation is, I mean, there's some janky moments, especially earlier on in the show, but once they get going, they really get going, and there's some genuinely great moments of animation that, even though they're limited, they're low frame rate, they're choppy, whatever, they still have this like motion to them, this feeling of weight and energy. And I'm not an expert in what makes good animation feel good, but it just feels good, right? It feels tactile. And I know that that's difficult to do because almost no shows can pull it off. And so, it's obvious that this show was made by talented people, um, who were given a chance to actually go ham. Uh, but it's not just the animation, it's also the directing, right? Like, there's a lot of, I mean, if this was a live action show, I would say there's a lot of use of wide angle lenses. Obviously, it's just a simulation of wide angle lenses, but that's actually really interesting, right? Like, there's a lot of shots which are drawn not just from the, obviously it's a show in which the characters also use 360 cameras with wide angle lenses, like ultra wide angle. There's like a GoPro in the show and stuff like that, and those shots are, but beyond that, the aesthetic of the show takes inspiration from the sort of aesthetic of these sports cameras, action cameras, and uses like a wide angle aesthetic quite frequently, which gives the whole show like a unique vibe. And they'll often place the camera like not just where the characters' faces are, right? Like they'll do interesting perspective shots where the camera is looking up at the characters or the camera is looking down at the characters, basic stuff that requires a more talented animation stuff to pull off well. There are shows, especially some of the KyoAni shows go very hard on this, like Hiyoko has a lot of these like perspective shots, which are very impressive. This isn't on the level of KyoAni, but what is? But like it's always good and it's always appropriate. It's not just there as a flex. Like it's always for some reason. It's always motivated by something in the scene. Um, so like visually, I just think this show is great. I think that it takes a while to get going, but it's excellent once it gets going, and it's working with extremely strong character designs, especially Best Girl, who is Omega Kawaii. Um, very strong character designs. Uh, I would say this show is significantly better than Yuru Camp, which obviously is by the same mangaka. I think Yuru Camp is fine. I don't like hate it or anything, but it's never been one of my favorite slice of life or Iyashikei anime. Um, I'd have to like rewatch it to tell you exactly why. I think the show is comfy and it has its moments. But I just never really thought it was anything like super special. This show is much more sort of Genki, upbeat, fast-paced, comedy focused than Yuru Camp is, while still being generally like very comfy. Um, but this whole show has a lot more like supernatural elements. Like there just are ghosts in this show. Like just canonically ghosts exist. The supernatural just kind of exists, which is a little weird because they play with it sometimes, right? Like there's an episode where the gimmick of the episode is like the girls think something supernatural is happening, but it's actually just a prank. Um, but then like it doesn't make sense because in a previous episode, multiple times, actually supernatural things have happened. So it's like kind of a strange atmosphere. But I think the show does a good job of like working like horror elements in, but it's never like actually scary, right? It just remains a kind of comfy horror, which is not an atmosphere you generally find. Um, I think, yeah, I mean, I don't really know. I feel like I could talk forever, and I could also just cut it short there. Like the going into the show, I kind of thought this is like, okay, this is like cute girls do 360 sports camera photography. Like, how is that gonna work? Like, how much can you push that gimmick? Like, what is there to like? Is this gonna be a super? There are some slice of life anime which are cute girls do X type of shows where it goes very very hard on the details of the X thing, right? Like, I don't know, a show like um I don't fucking know, Mug Cup, for example, goes pretty hard on like explaining how pottery works. Or even Unicamp goes pretty hard on like explaining how camping works. Or, uh there's a bunch of these shows, right? Where I was thinking of this manga called Hatsukoi Rail Trip, which is like super super hard on the. It's like cute girls do train otaku, but it's like if you're not also a Japanese train otaku, it's like really hard to even understand what's going on because they go so hard into like the specifics. Um, this show is not like that, right? Like the although it kind of starts off like that, it pretty quickly becomes a more general slice of life show. Like the sports action cam stuff happens in the background. It's never really like it's not the central focus of the show. It's not um the central focus of the show is mostly a group of friends hanging out, eating food, traveling around in this particular region of Japan. Um yeah, and there are lots of real locations in the show. Like I looked a couple of them up. There's like at one point they in one episode they go to like this restaurant that's like has a it looked so specific. The design of the restaurant was like so specific that I like knew, oh, this has to be a real location. So I looked it up. It's like a restaurant with like an Australian flag hanging outside, and there's a big sign on the front which said something like uh fuck, I don't remember what it said, but it was like oishi and then a picture of like a cup of tea and then like uh uh fucking is here. I forgot what the Japanese was. I, I, I don't fucking remember. Whatever. Uh, sorry, I don't speak Japanese. But anyway, I looked it up and and then the burgers had like a little Australian flag in it. And whatever. I looked it up. It's a real place. Like I looked up a couple of the places. It's all like these real places in the mountains. It's just about girls hanging out in the mountains, pretty much, and it's cool. It's just a cool show. It's very comfy, and the cast is just good. But this is best girl. This is best girl. Wait, is this the right girl even? No. Where is she? Hold on. Characters. They look different. I can't actually tell who's who. Is this her? She looks very different in the manga. Her glasses are completely different. Yeah, in the anime, her glasses are round. That's why I didn't recognize her. In the anime, you can probably see her just on the cover or like here. Like her glasses are completely. They look completely different. That's why I didn't. And the floofs, the swooshes on her hair are much more distinct versus it here. Oh, I guess they are kind of distinct. Well, whatever. Let me take a look closer at the cover of the manga. I can't click it for some reason. Well, whatever. I guess they are the. She kind of looks like a squid. Anyway, great show, fucking excellent. Um, incredible atmosphere, incredible friendship simulator. Um, very very modern. Like this show gives me a lot of faith in anime, right? Because it feels it's a slice. It's the exact type of show I like, right? It's a slice of life comedy. It's very very comfy. It has a lot of focus on having a strong atmosphere, which it pulls off very well. Has great character designs. It's exactly my shit, right? But it also doesn't feel nostalgic in any way. Like it has a lot of focus on modern technology. I think if you go to the website, like the show's tagline, let me find the website. Um, the show's tagline is something like "Girls on a trip with gadgets" or something like that, like in English. That's the tagline. This is like the most dog shit fucking website ever made. Takes forever to load. Yeah, there they are. Scroll down. I'm scrolling down. Why do they have to have sites like this, man? Who likes this? Uh, yeah. Here it is. You can see it rotating slowly. High school girls enjoying weekends with gadgets and trip. That's it. So there's a lot. There's definitely gadgets in this show, right? There's It's they got the photography focused gadgets, and they're always on their damn phone. And there's like one of them's a YouTuber, but not like a professional YouTuber. Like she just makes YouTube videos as a hobby. Um, it's just fun. Like the mangaka character, best girl. Like she draws all her manga on a tablet. Um, it feels very modern, is basically what I mean to say. Um, and like oftentimes I feel like shows that do that they feel forced, but here it all feels very very natural, and it just works. The character designs are all very modern. The like vibe of the show is just it's all very kind of modern anime. Like the background, the aesthetic of like the background art, the sort of style of animation, style of directing, the music choices. Like it doesn't feel like something from a bygone era, like the golden age of slice of life anime. It feels like a modern show. And yet it's still and like a very modern show, right? Like modern technology like is kind of a focus of the show. It's a general theme. Modern gadgets are kind of a theme of the show. And this intersection of like kind of a positive outlook of like, you know, rather than the cynical, oh, like technology is getting in our way of like being able to hang out with nature or whatever. It's more like, no, we're gonna go out into the mountains all day. We're gonna hang out in nature to make a cool time lapse with our modern Insta360 camera, right? Like it's just has a positive outlook on this. Like it never puts these two things at like as antagonistic to each other. It's just very nice. Like it gives me hope for the future of anime because I'm like, well, this feels like a very modern show. This doesn't feel like a genre that's dying out. This feels like a genre that is keeping up with the times while still being true to itself and genuinely good. You know, uh, I have very very few complaints with this show. Uh, I think I would give it an 8 out of 10. Um, Honestly, it's a strong 8. It's a strong 8. The only reason it's not higher is because it does take a few episodes to really hit its stride. Um, that's first. And not every episode is like an absolute banger, even then, right? Like, I thought the final episode was kind of a dud, which left a little bit of a sour taste in my mouth, just because, like, you know, recency bias, whatever. The final episode should be a big home run. Um, I tried reading the manga a long time ago. Well, not that long ago, but like a while ago, and so I was a little bit familiar with the show before going in. But yeah, the show gets a strong recommendation from me. I don't think it's quite better than Apocalypse Hotel, um, but it's definitely damn good. It's kind of hard for me to think of more things to say. It's creative. It's a creative and original show. Like from the themes of the show, like you know, for a genre that is basically just an excuse to watch cute girls hang out with each other, like it's got a lot of innovation, right? It has a lot of innovation in terms of directing, in terms of like the setting, in terms of the character designs and like the characters' personalities. Like it doesn't feel just like an amalgamation of tropes. It feels natural while also having a good amount of tropey familiarity, which I can like latch onto and ground the show in. Yeah, I just have nothing to complain about really. It's just genuinely solid all the way through. I'll definitely be watching season 2 if they ever make a season 2 of this. Uh, yeah, Mono. I knew I was gonna like it. I didn't expect to like it this much because I was not the biggest fan of Yudu Camp. I thought Yudu Camp was just like okay. Um, I also was kind of skeptical because it's a brand new studio. This is their first anime. Uh, but no, excellent. No complaints from me. Okay, I didn't get a chance to record this when I actually watched it, but I dropped this show after 2 episodes. Kakushite Makina-san. Um, it's one of these. The show is just boobs shows. I believe it's the second. The show is just boobs shows that we've had this season. I don't remember what the other one was. The show was just boobs. The first shot in the show is boobs. The first sequence is just a sequence of boobs. Every sequence in the show is actually just a sequence of boobs. There's nothing except boobs in this show. It's like it's one of these interesting cases where the sexuality is simultaneously so pervasive um and so extreme. Like I mean you can just see the size of these things, right? Like it's just ridiculous. Right? Every character has just the biggest boobs imaginable. They're and like everyone's naked all the time. The tits are always out. That it's like and it's also like kind of poorly drawn. That it kind of wraps around to becoming like completely asexual because it's like the fact that all the characters are naked all the time is such the default for the show. The fact that all the boobs are so gigantic, so like absurdly flopping around and gigantic is so like the default for the show that it ceases to actually be sexual in any way. Um, add on top of that the fact that this is not an actual, you know, hentai. So it's still they're still doing the harem thing of like, oh, main character actually doesn't want to have sex, right? And so has to like turn them down. Then it just becomes bizarre. And so I was like, this was like interesting enough for me to last 2 episodes, but I not interesting enough for 12 episodes. um, it is kind of interesting as a like I could see someone watching this. I could see myself watching this just out of like anthropology, culture, to study it as a cultural artifact because it's interesting that this thing exists. But as a thing, it's not. I mean, it should obviously go without saying that it's not good. I mean, it looks like shit. The characters are nothing, right? They're just vehicles for boobs. Um, there's no real plot. Like, I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like, it's a complete farce of a show. Uh, obviously, it's not pretending it isn't, right? It's not pretending it to be a super deep fucking show. It's there to show you boobs, and it's showing you boobs, right? Like that's what it's for. That's what it's doing, and it does succeed in doing that. Although it succeeds so far that it exceeds itself and becomes wraps around to just being like completely non-sexual. Um, like I mean, the second episode, I'm pretty sure the main girl, she is just naked the entire time, like fully naked, boobs out, and it just becomes normal so quickly that it stops having any tinge of sexuality to it. Um, and like the way the show treats sexuality because it's stuck not being just straight up porn. Um, it's like always somewhere else, right? Like the actual sexuality is always deferred to some other distant place. Like the main girl, oh, she's a sex robot, right? She's constantly naked. She has hilariously large boobs, and she desperately wants to have sex because she doesn't really know what sex is. She's had some sort of thing where her access to knowledge of sex in her robot brain has been like locked behind a thing, so she can't access it, right? And the main character doesn't want to the main guy, he doesn't want to have sex. So it's like there's the show, while simultaneously gesturing constantly at sexuality, always defers the sexuality away.
because it can't actually show the sex, right? Which it's just kind of an interesting dynamic. But that doesn't like obviously none of that makes the show good. It just makes it like I when I make these segments, I often say something like this gets a strong recommendation. I think everyone would like this, or like if you're a fan of this genre, watch this. If you're not a fan of the genre, you're not gonna like it. Or I would say something like you know only hardcore completionists of this genre would enjoy this show or should watch this show. Otherwise, you should feel free to skip it. I often say things like that. I give some sort of review portion and recommendation portion as if like I'm a sommelier recommending you, an anime to watch. Um, which I don't think I'm very good at, but I feel somewhat obligated to make some sort of statement like that. I don't know. But in this case, like I don't think anyone would actually think the show was good, but I think that there are people who would like if you have no other shows to watch, and also it's only 10-minute episodes, so it's like fairly short, right? Um, if like there are people who would enjoy, including me, if I was in a different state of mind, like uh studying, like watching the show just because it's bad. Like it's not quite. The thing is, it's not so bad it's good, right? Because it's not actually. It's never funny. Like it's never bad in a way that's funny. It's mostly just kind of boring. Um, but like I I I I almost want to recommend you the show because it's because of what it is, right? But it just like as a like it's a very cynical, like to look at the cynical production of the show to be like how open it is about exactly what it is and how much being open about that makes it fail from the get go, right? Because like there are plenty of shows which are like dripping with sexuality that have a lot of sexuality in them, right? That have a lot of sex appeal in them, while actually having almost no like overtly sexual content. Even in this season, like the show fucking Ninkoro, right? The Shaft anime, like that show has a lot of shots where the assassin girl, like she's wearing like a black tank top, and like the strap of her tank top is like loose and hanging down on her shoulder, which is just something that would happen if you wore that piece of clothing and sort of laid down, right? Um, and it despite being like completely non-sexual, it actually like is sexual, right? Like it actually is a whole aspect of the Yuri of the show, right? Whereas this show is like from frame, like quite literally frame one, there are boobies bouncing on your screen, and yet it is the least titillating thing imaginable. It is like sterile and um yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm just repeating myself now. Uh, it calls itself a romantic comedy. It's neither romantic nor a comedy. So, I mean, in the sense that there is no real romance and it's never funny. So I don't think I can. I gave it a 3 out of 10. Honestly, I would feel comfortable giving it a 2 out of 10. Uh, I might drop it down to a 2, frankly. Just on second thought here. That's a 2.5. There we go. I don't know why my font's messed up on this. Don't ask me about it because I don't know the answer. Okay, next I'm gonna watch. I already rolled for the next show. Is this thing Ballpark Detsukemaete? I just finished Ballpark Detsukemaete. And I think this is the hidden gem of the season. This is the hidden gem of the season. Um, if you read the description, it will tell you something about how this is kind of sort of a rom com ravukome about this main girl who serves beer at the baseball stadium, and this salary man who comes and watches the game. And from the start of the first episode, you're gonna start thinking like this is kind of one of these teasing type shows in the vein of Takagi-san, right? Like, oh, the sort of timid, nervous salary man guy comes to watch the baseball game, and the Genki Gyaru, um, beer serving girl, it like flirts with him and teases him, right? And it's going to be that kind of show, and it's very, it's sort of, it's one of those. And then you're going to look at it immediately from the first frame, and you're going to understand like this show, it looks like shit. Clearly this is like not made by a top team of animators. Even if the animators have any skill, they clearly didn't have the time or budget to flesh it out. The whole show looks kind of ugly. Um, yeah, any shots of the sports actually taking place are not particularly well animated at all. Like you're gonna very quickly sort of have this judgment of the show, like, oh, that's what this is. But the thing is, this is all a lie. This description is a lie. The beginning of the first episode is a lie, because in this description, it only talks about how Murata, which is the salaryman guy, this guy, is sort of like flirting with the Gyaru girl, which is Ruriko, right? But this would be like describing if someone asked me what okay, tell me about Star Trek: The Next Generation. If I said, oh, it's a show about Jean-Luc Picard, it's like, well, it is kind of, right? He's in every episode. That he's kind of a central character, but it's an ensemble, right? Like he's not the main character. There is no main character in Star Trek. It's an ensemble show, uh, and really the entire crew of the Enterprise are the main character. This is what this show is. All of this is a lie. The actual show is a pure love letter to the community of baseball, which includes the players, it includes the fans, and it includes all of the stadium workers. It's the entire community around baseball. It is a pure love letter, send up, ensemble show about the way that baseball brings people together. And I say this as someone who doesn't give a fuck about baseball. It is it does an incredible job. I'm not gonna lie, I got emotional at some points in this show. It has, we see as much of the actual baseball players of the team, the Chiba Moto-sons, as we do their wives, as we do various groups of fans, as we do various workers at the stadium. Excuse me, various workers at the stadium. You know, there are. It's about the totality of baseball as a community rather than as a not really rather than as a sport, but it's more so that like it takes a different attitude from any other sports anime I've ever seen, or any other thing I've ever seen, really. I think this is very unique, where it's not about the sport. It is about the sport, but it like the actual playing the baseball thing is only one subsection of the ultimate totality of the entire system of community that is baseball, right? And it's just a pure celebration of that. It's about the community around the sort of mid-tier, kind of low-tier Japanese baseball team. It's about the players. All of the players, every character in the show is unique. Some of them are somewhat tropey, but they have depth to them. They have wants and goals and struggles and flaws. You know, um, they're and many of the characters aren't tropey. You can't find characters like this. There's a massive range. It's a huge diversity of characters in the show, from age range to gender to profession to everything. There is the like it's just it covers everything. To use a baseball metaphor, it covers every base. It's you know I think it's a show that could bounce off of some people. Some people are just gonna watch the first episode and it's just not gonna gel with them, and I think that's understandable. I think that makes sense. That's fine. It can get a bit sappy sometimes, and it's not like every episode is great. There are some duds in there. But like, and obviously, in terms of technical execution, the show is pretty low tier. Um, but what it has, and I know this is just a buzzword, but it really, this is an excellent example of a show which just has soul. It has soul. The person who made the manga, whatever, like really genuinely fucking loves baseball. And you can tell. Someone who didn't absolutely love baseball could not have written this. You know, it's and not just for the winning. Like this is what I like about it, right? Like in a typical sports anime, you'd follow one player's career, right? That's typically how sports anime goes. And all that matters is whether you win or lose the game. Ultimately, when the arc comes around, do they win or lose? In this show, the team fucking sucks. I mean, they're not like unrealistically or comedically bad. They're just not a like top tier team, right? They're just like a mid team, which you know it's something I can relate to because my family also supports a mid tier English football team. This is an experience I've had in real life.
Aren't they like good now?
No, they came I think 11th last year. I think they're generally considered to be like they've sort of bounced, but I mean they're not like actively bad, but like as far as Premier League teams go, they're not in the top rungs.
I see.
Um, they just never win anything. Like they're always kind of up there, but they never win anything.
I see.
Yeah. This is something I've had experience with. And when the team loses, the fans are supportive. They talk about how being a Chiba Moto-san's fan it means you have to be resilient. And I think this is all it's all extremely I mean, I don't even know where to start with this show because it's so broad, it covers so much. And like this it's such a bold premise. Like it's such a to have such a broad and what's the word I'm looking for here? Like ambitious. That's the word I'm looking for. To have the ambition to be like, I'm gonna make a show which actually captures, or I'm gonna write a manga which actually captures not just the sport of baseball, but the atmosphere, like the intangibles of everything about baseball, from being a player to being a fan to being a worker at a stadium to everything, right? And actually try to capture all of that in one thing. And then to actually, in my opinion, succeed is like really, really impressive. Um, you know, I don't know. It's really hard for me to put a number on this show in terms of rating it. Obviously, it's pretty good in my opinion. It has this comforting. I'll say it like as a show, it feels mature. Like most of the cast is older than your typical anime cast. You know, the main character is well, if you can call him that. Murata is 30. There, lots of like there's a the general like the sort of writing whatever. It doesn't feel adolescent, which most anime is like very adolescent. Which is not like I have a problem with that, but it's nice. It's nice to be treated like an adult. It makes me want to watch baseball, and I've never given a shit about baseball in my life. But like, you could exchange the sport for anything else, right? It's about the community, and that's what I like about it.
You know what you could watch if you want to watch baseball?
What?
2024, I think it's called the World Championship highlights. Those are sick as fuck.
I don't want to watch the highlights. I want to go. That's not what the show is about. The
Yeah,
show
but
there isn't a full game of baseball until I think episode 11 or 10 or 11.
yeah,
Right?
what I'm saying is like that's like the sickest baseball series that's like ever been played.
I see. I'll check it out. But like, I think that's actually something that is kind of important to understanding the show. there isn't an actual game that you give it that even like takes up any significant space in the episode in like until way late into the show. And what that means is you act like, because it's an important game for the team, right? And I'm gonna give spoilers here. We're doing all spoilers in this video. Maybe I shouldn't spoil it actually. I'll just say right off the bat, I strongly recommend this show. I do think some people are gonna bounce off of it, and I think that's fine. But like, stick through the first episode, maybe the first two. Give it a chance. If it doesn't work for you, then that's fine. I don't expect it to work. Like, that's fine, right? But because you've spent all of this time with the fans, with the staff, with the players, when there's an episode that actually focuses on the game, you don't care about it because of the game. It doesn't fucking matter that someone hits a home run or whatever, blah, 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 right? Like, it does, but it matters in a totally different way than it would in a typical sports anime. Because you are like, I want the characters to be happy. I want the fans to celebrate. Because I feel like I'm a fan. I'm a fan of this fiction. Like, I've been in the community. I've been immersed in this social space, in these people's relationships to each other, mediated via being a sports fan. Like, when I say it makes me want to watch baseball, it doesn't make me want to watch baseball on the TV. It makes me want to go to a fucking baseball game, right? Like, that's what I'm talking about. And the central sort of rom-com teasing stuff still is there throughout the whole show. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's kind of like a pedal point for the whole show, right? It's something that keeps coming up and coming back, and it's nice, it's comfy. It's it's kind of what you'd expect. I wouldn't say it's like particularly strong or particularly weak, but what makes it work is the way that it, like, really, in a typical sort of teasing style, male oriented rom-com show, like you would expect, the guy would be the main character. But in this show, you can even see on the poster, Ruriko is the main character. Like, she is definitely the character you spend the most time with throughout the show. You spend a lot of time talking, like, with all of the the beer server girls at the stadium, hanging out with each other at work, and all of that stuff, right? So what makes it work is that everything is situated and contextualized within the broader network of relationships that all of these characters have with each other, which just makes everything work so much better because it feels fleshed out, it feels full, it feels like you have a deeper integration. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's kind of genius. It's kind of low key genius. I to go back to what I was talking about a second ago, like, spoiler alert. If you want to watch this show, if anything I've said sounds interesting, do what I said. Watch the first 2 episodes before you listen to this next bit. But you're not going to do that because no one ever does that. But spoiler alert, in that episode, whatever it was, 10 or 11, I forgot, where there is actually like a pivotal game, really important game for the Chiba Motor Sons. Like, if they win, they get to go into the playoffs for the first time, right? If they lose, they don't, right? Like, there's a pivotal game. The whole episode is actually focused on the game. This has never happened before, right? We spend all this time with the players families, with the fans, with the workers. Finally, a pivotal game. Every single character that we've met so far is fully engrossed in this game, fully rooting for their team. The team loses. The team loses that game. They don't go to playoffs. And what the episode is about is how none of that matters, right? Because at the end of the game, the players, one of them got injured, one of them fucked up, whatever. They are walking off the pitch, and it doesn't matter because they look up and they see all the fans rooting for them. And the fans look down, and it doesn't matter that they lost because they just got to see these players that they love play as well as they could, and that's what mattered. And frankly, it makes me feel emotional. It's so well executed. It's so wholesome. It's so nice. It's just so nice to see everyone supporting everyone else. It's a show in which everyone's trying their best, and that's all anyone wants to watch, right? Like just watching people try their best, and like the trying their best is the bit that matters, and it doesn't matter, And it's just so nice. So this is definitely a hidden gem. This is like a criminally low score. 69% is criminally low. I don't know what's going on there. Probably just because people probably just watched the first episode and thought, oh, this is a generic rom-com, and didn't watch any further. I went in wanting to hate this show. Right? Like, I gotta be clear to you on this, right? I've been watching anime exclusively from this season for so fucking long at this point. I want to move on. I want to watch something else. I kind of do. So I don't give a fuck about baseball. This looks ugly as shit. I read the synopsis. I was like, this is gonna be a stupid fucking rom-com that I don't care about. Like, I'm just gonna blast through the first episode so I can drop this as soon as possible and move on and fucking finish all of these shows, right? I went in wanting to dislike this show, and the first episode was just like, okay, fine. I don't have it. Like, I'm looking for an excuse to drop the show, but the first episode was not bad. Like, I gotta keep watching. By the second episode, I'm like, give me something. Give me some excuse to drop the show. And by the third episode, I'm realizing, oh, wait a second. This might be something special. I don't know, man. There's something here. I don't know if this is the anime of the season. It's definitely not. I don't think this is as good as the other shows that I've really liked. I don't think this is as good as Mono. I don't think this is as good as Apocalypse Hotel. But I do think it is excellent. It's obviously held back by its dogshit production. But it also goes to show that, I mean, the sort of thing that I've been trying to tell people for a long time, which is, I'm sure everyone understands this. Like, it's not like this is a controversial take, but even though everyone can logically agree, it's the same with video games. Graphics don't matter. It's in the case of anime, it's the script that matters. In the case of video games, it's the gameplay that matters. Everyone will say the same thing, but everyone will still keep buying the same AAA dog shit. Everyone will still keep watching the same, fucking shonen, Jujutsu Kaisen, whatever, because it has big flashy effects animation, and this type of stuff gets ignored. And I think that's a damn shame, because like, this is just purely I mean, as demonstrated by Mono, right? Like, I'm sure, I mean, as I said when I was talking about Mono doesn't, it obviously is limited in terms of its animation, but it manages to look amazing by virtue of having very skilled animators and a bold directorial decisions, which is always what I've said is how you get around that, right? This is why Hidamari Sketch Season 1 holds up so well. This is why, like, I don't know, just a random fucking example. I think it's the last episode or the second to last episode of Chivalry of a Failed Knight, where they do a bunch of like very bold directorial choices, very bold color palettes. Like, this is the Shaft formula. This kind of thing has been like, I don't know why more shows don't do this. Like this, the show could have been better if it had been better directed, and obviously the show could have been better if it had presumably more time to be drawn. It could have been better in a number of ways. There were a couple of episodes, as I said, that I think were kind of overly sappy and a little bit of duds. It's far from perfect, but it is definitely a diamond in the rough. And this is why, I would much rather watch a show like this, which has pretty poor production quality, but enough soul to make up for it, in the writing versus a show which looks, like a fucking movie but has no soul. That is what it's all about. Obviously, I would rather just have both in the one package. Anyway, I'm gonna rate this a good solid 8 out of 10. I think it's a strong 7 to a light 8. It's a strong 7 to a light 8. I'm gonna give it an 8. I'm gonna give it an 8. Oh, let me mark it as completed as well. I'm gonna give it an 8. I'm glad I watched it, and let's move on to the next show. We're getting we're almost finished. We're winding up.
I just dropped your former in the first episode. It's bad. It's bad for a number of reasons. Where do I begin? Firstly, the basic premise is unoriginal. It's just iRobot. Like, it's identical to iRobot. Oh, they're robots, they're not supposed to harm humans, but here they're harming humans, right? Like, like, there's no new or interesting moral considerations that Asimov didn't already come up with whenever the fuck that book was written a million years ago. Um, like, it's the sort of thing that was groundbreaking a long, long time ago, but is now just the bare minimum considerations for this sort of genre of, sci-fi, kind of cyberpunk. So like the central conceit is kind of boring. They don't have any interesting sci-fi gimmicks, but beyond that, the author is clearly very proud of his world building. Um, but I don't give a shit about your world building, right? Like it's not. You should in a show about detectives and in a sort of sci-fi setting or whatever, throw some terms at me, throw some concepts at me.
Can I get
and
philosophical with you?
let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
Throw some concepts at me that I don't understand, and so that I have intrigue, so that I want to. Oh, what is that? What is that event that they just referenced? That like, oh, they referenced in vague. Like, I want to know what that is. You should do that, but there is a limit to how much you should do. You shouldn't throw so many unknown concepts, events that are referenced that the audience throwing so many in such a short time frame. It just has the effect of being like, I'm just overwhelmed. I'm just confused. I don't know what's going on, right? Like, there needs to be some more concrete things to latch onto in terms of fucking characters that you give a shit about, or an interesting central mystery that you can actually understand the stakes of. But when everything is just sort of characters I don't give a shit about, a world that I don't really have any information to go off of yet, with a central sci-fi concept that has been literally done to death. Would you know when was Asimov? How long ago was that?
80 years?
80 years ago at least, right? Like, I'm sorry, that's just not working for me. Now, there are plenty of shows that will throw a bunch of information that you have no way of understanding at the viewer, and it works as intrigue because either I care about the characters enough that I'm like, okay, we've spent time with these characters. I want to like it's hard to just care about abstract concepts. Like if you want the audience to care, they have to care about something. So like in the instance of I don't know. I can't be able to think of an example, but like you know, spending some time at the beginning of an episode, just doing like the boring character introduction stuff, the save the cat moment, just like introducing the main characters in a way that I can understand that makes me want to root for them, or introducing the main villain in a way that makes me want to root against them, like some sort of actual human stakes. Give me that to latch onto first before you start throwing around, world building concepts and pseudo intrigue that I have no way of that just fucking is too much. It's just too much and it's confusing because I have no motivation to push through the confusion. Or on the other hand, show me a bunch of stuff that's confusing because it has the right to be confusing because it's actually novel, like Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere. Like you watch the first episode of that show, you have no idea what's going on. I mean, if you read the book, you're going to understand a lot better, but because you can hear the characters' internal monologues where they sort of explain what's happening. But in the show, Like, you have no fucking clue what's going on, but interesting things are happening. Like, the concepts are novel. The ideas being presented, you might not understand them, but they're so unique and interesting that you're willing to stick through the confusion to try and figure out what's going on because you want to understand. Like, it's kind of rule of cool, right? Um, this show has nothing. It has nothing. It has nothing going on for it. It has no aesthetic considerations. Like, there's nothing that looks good. There's nothing. Okay, what's your philosophical point?
Okay, I've noticed this trend. I think it's always been a thing, but it's been like really bad over the past couple of years. Where like authors of work really assume that the audience cares about the work initially from the start. So they just do a bunch of shit where it's like, okay, so these are all of the interesting systems and concepts and whatever we have, and they just give it to you at the start because they assume that you're just baseline interested for
Yeah,
some reason.
yeah. I think this happens a lot. This is also like if you ever take like a writing class or anything, it's the first thing they teach you not to do.
Yeah,
Yeah, is like don't do that. Do what I'm telling you to do. Now, it's not like you can't break this rule. I've been trying to tell you how you can break this rule. It's okay if you want to make a story that doesn't just like have us care about the characters first. You can make a story like that, but you have to have something else to care about. If that like don't give me something where I don't care about anything, you know. Um, whatever. I mean, like even if it's just something like in a book, you know, like you could have a book where the main character is kind of a boring everyman, and the world is kind of not, whatever. But like the prose is so elegant that I want to keep reading. Like that's the sort of thing that can happen. You could have a show like this if it had bold choices. Like you have to just have the balls to do something, man. Have the balls to make a more outlandish sci-fi concept. Have the balls to like, oh, they're sci-fi detectives with a robot. So fucking boring, man. Have the balls to do something bold. Make a bold visual decision. Make a bold world building decision. Make a bold fucking plot decision or character decision. You know, do something interesting. At least just something, man. Like this is the worst kind of show that thinks it's the kind of show that thinks it's smart, but it's actually just fucking stupid. Now look, I don't know if your former gets good. There's a very real possibility that it gets good. I read some of the other reviews. They both said the final arc is good, but it takes a long time to get there. Yeah, like maybe that's the case. I also don't. I want to be clear. It's not that I dropped the show because I was confused. It's that I dropped the show because I wasn't intrigued. Obviously, you're gonna be confused with the lack of information intentionally at the beginning of a show like this. But the show, like, none of it was confusing. It's all incidental information that you lack, and therefore not interesting. I just don't give a shit, okay? I don't give a shit. Anyway, I'm gonna watch this Chuzen Sensei Mononoke Kogiroku Sensei ga Nozu wo Toite Shimau kara. I just dropped Shuzenji Sensei Mononoke Kogiroku Sensei ga Nozo wa Toita Shimashita Brasu de Kara. On episode 3. Now listen, I want to be clear here, okay? This isn't a bad show. Like, there's not this. This isn't a show where I'm like, you know, I could finish this show if I so desired. This is a very finishable show. It's fine. It's just fine. Um, it's let me give you the premise real quick. So it's set just after World War II, in a school in Japan. There's a new teacher at the school. He's kind of a paranormal investigator, or maybe an ex-paranormal investigator. There's like, he's a bit of a mysterious character, but he's very good at this sort of thing. But so his catchphrase is there are no mysterious things in this world, even though in the show also there are people who just actually have like superpowers,
there are Chonyoryoksha, whatever the fuck the name is in Japanese. You know what I'm saying here. Like these people exist. There's a character who can see into people, read people's minds, or see into the future, or something like that. I forgot what power he has. So there's a bunch of rumors at this school of paranormal things. You know, this is the trope in like anime, like oh the seven mysteries of the school type paranormal rumors, like these kinds of things. You know, then there's the main character who's this girl. She gets caught up in one of these mysteries. She ends up talking to the teacher guy, the new teacher guy. The new teacher guy explains like, oh well, actually it wasn't anything paranormal. It was just blah blah. It was just this and this. But for reasons, this thing has to be kept hidden from the general. Like, it would be bad if word got out about this thing. So just tell everyone that you exorcised the ghost, right? And so she lies and is like, yeah, I just exorcised the ghost. And then everyone in the school now thinks she's some sort of paranormal investigator who can exorcise ghosts and stuff like that. But actually, she doesn't know anything, and this teacher is really the guy that solves all of the mysteries. Actually, she gets a little bit, but she's like the Watson to his Holmes. It's very Sherlock Holmes inspired. It has the same problem that every Sherlock Holmes inspired thing has, which is that the reasoning is nonsense. Like just to give you an example, so in episode 3, there's a moment where a guy, like the only clue they have is that a guy like dropped their wallet, and they have this wallet to like, or like kind of a purse to like, okay, what can we infer about the guy from this? And the teacher's like, well, you know, we're obviously not going to be able to get much. Only this, and this, right? Like, and it's kind of a joke. But the things he infers are just incorrect. Like, they just does. He's guessing way too much. So he says like, oh well, we already know that this is a guy who used to be wealthy but isn't very wealthy anymore. Because like this is an expensive wallet, but it's very scuffed up, and so we can assume that like if he could afford a new wallet, he would have bought one already. So like clearly this is someone who used to be wealthy but doesn't have the money anymore. But that's obvious. Like that's obviously not a safe assumption, you know. Like especially because the wallet is full of money. So, like, that could be an explanation, but it could also be the case that the guy just hasn't gotten around to buying a new wallet. It could be the case that the wallet only got scuffed up recently. It could be the case that this wallet has sentimental value to the guy, and so that's why he doesn't want to buy a replacement one even though it's scuffed up. It could be the case that the guy just doesn't really care that the wallet got scuffed up because it's just a wallet, and why would, you know, it still functions and there's no reason to buy a new one. You know, like, there's so many explanations that the fact that they just jump to one conclusion as if it's certain, this is the problem in so many Sherlock-esque stories. I mean, it's even the problem with the original Arthur Conan Doyle Sherlock stories. Um, you know, this kind of reasoning doesn't work in real life, you know, and so when you play too hard into it as the central theme of your show, you have to actually be clever about the way that you do it, which this show doesn't. It isn't. It isn't clever about the way that it does it. So like you can't. The mysteries aren't good. Is basically my point there. For a mystery show, the mysteries aren't very good. You know, it's not a bad show, right? Like it's not like it's dog shit. The production quality is fine. The setting is kind of novel and interesting. The characters are kind of neat, right? Like they're kind of unique characters. You're not sort of typical tropes or anything, not recycled, but they're also, you know, pretty one note, right? Like they don't have much depth. Like they try and keep a lot of mystery around everything, which also kind of prevents you from getting too invested in any of the characters. This feels like the kind of show that's going to have a big twist at some point towards the end. I'm not going to bother watching, but anyone who does bother watching can tell me if I'm right about that. Where the stakes get raised, you know, that kind of thing. They solve a couple mysteries each episode. It's fine for what it is, right? Like, I would not give this show a negative rating. It looks fine. Like, one of the things that this show does, which is, like, looks really goofy, is you probably know what I'm talking about. You know in anime when they do, like, an over-the-shoulder shot where the person whose back is facing the camera is talking? And so, obviously, instead of animating, they can't animate lip flaps, but they also don't want the character to just literally be standing still. So instead, they loop a few frames of like the character sort of moving back and forward as they talk, roughly in line with their speech. For some reason in this show, that movement is way too exaggerated. So it looks like every time a character's back is turned to the camera and they're talking, they're moving backwards and forwards as they talk, like so much. It just looks really goofy. They keep doing it. I don't know why they keep doing it. But I mean, if this is just a classic, I don't really have that much to say because it's a classic example of a mystery show where the mysteries aren't that strong, and so it doesn't really have anything else to carry it so far. You know, I feel like I should say I read the Sherlock Holmes books as a kid. I had an omnibus version with all of them. The reason why the Sherlock Holmes stories are fun is firstly because they were kind of the first to do it, so it can get away with being a Sherlock Holmes type story because it is Sherlock Holmes, right? So like on the one hand, it gets that advantage, but also the mysteries are actually engaging. They're multi-layered and interesting. And finally, the characters are fun, right? Like this is the thing that so many Sherlock type stories fuck up is that like even if it's like Sherlock and Watson's relationship is very very strong. Like it's so strong that it's become an archetype ever since those books came, or I guess it's like serialized fiction came out, right? Like it's such a strong concept for a character dynamic that it's become a staple in literature and in fiction ever since then. Like the relationship between Holmes and Watson is so strong that like even if it doesn't even fucking matter, right? Like it's just fun to watch these two guys solve the crimes. It doesn't really matter if the crime, like, you know what I mean? Like it matters if the mysteries are fun as well, but like you get that dynamic. Whereas in this show, you really don't have this. These two characters have zero fucking chemistry together. Um, yeah, I don't know. But I wouldn't say it's not bad, right? Like it's not the mysteries aren't horrible. There are some mystery shows which are just like either the mysteries are so basic that you work them out 10 years before the characters, like Gossip, for example. Gossip is the worst example of this, and I don't know why anyone likes that show because that show ping pongs between the two extremes of the spectrum. Where either the mysteries are so obvious that you work them out instantly and it becomes boring trying to watch the characters stumble blindly, missing the obvious point in the thread in front of them. Or on the other hand, the mysteries are so obtuse that when they eventually do get figured out, it just feels like a random guess. And you don't feel like you've been rewarded as an audience member for like watching closely as to what happened. It's these stories are hard to write. Like you have to actually have a lot of talent to write a good mystery. Um, to find the right balance between like arbitrary answer and so simple in terms of logic that it does ceases to even be function as a mystery. Um, which is why I think people should stop doing it unless they're good at it. Anyway, I'd give this like a strong five to a light six. I'm gonna end up with a strong five. It's fine if this like if the aesthetic is interesting to you, if you like post-war Japan school setting, if that's like an interesting setting to you, if it's also another thing that's kind of unbelievable about the show, or kind of pushes my suspension of disbelief, is that the school just has an infinite amount of mysteries that somehow every kid knows about. Like there's just like already in episode 3 we've had so many, because one of them included like one episode included the seven mysteries of the school. Like there's so many of these supernatural rumors that it's just like becomes unbelievable that everyone would know about them very 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 quickly. So yeah, meh type of show. I just dropped Gorilla no kami kara kago sareta reijou wa oritsuki shita no wa kawagaereru. After episode 1. It's pretty bad. I mean, it's not like god awful. Like it's obviously I'm gonna be biased because this is a show targeted at a female audience. A part of the appeal is the main girl has a reverse harem of bishonen surrounding her. You know, if that's your thing, the show's fine, right? Like, if you want to watch that, I could see plenty of people enjoying this show, to be honest. So part of it is just personal preference. But even on its own merits, I just think the show kind of fails on a couple of levels. So while I was watching the first episode, I was thinking, damn, this is really slow paced. But then when I thought about it for a second longer, I realized actually it's not slow paced, right? A lot of stuff has happened. In the first episode, quite a lot of stuff happens. You go from nothing, right, to introducing the main character, introducing the world, introducing the main gimmick of the world, which is this like how do I put it? People, they get blessed. Everyone in the world gets blessed, or I don't know if it's everyone in the world or just everyone in the like court, whatever. But everyone gets blessed by some god, and then they get some powers from the god. So like if you're blessed by a fucking god of sharks, you can swim really fast, and like if you get blessed by a god of like a bird, then you can fly. And the main character gets blessed by the gorilla god, and so she's really strong like a gorilla. But the gorilla god is not a very common god that people get blessed by, and she looks like a fairly timid young girl, so it's a very unexpected that she has like super strength. So you learn all of that, then you get like her coming to terms with her powers, uh, her dealing with the sort of stigma or like her fear around how her powers don't mesh with her personality. She's very timid and sort of introverted, whereas you wouldn't expect, doesn't really gel with her personality to have the strength of a gorilla. Her realizing she can use her powers to help people, the fact that she gets recruited, and then she gets recruited for the like knights exam. Then she's like worried about going to the knights exam. She wants to fail on purpose. She goes to the knights exam. It turns out she's the only girl there. And then, of course, because she's like super giga strong, she ends up completely wiping the floor with everyone else, even though she was trying to fail. And so, like, meanwhile, we introduce multiple different side characters, multiple different love interests. Like, quite a lot of stuff for a first episode, actually, quite a lot of stuff gets squeezed in. I would say, structurally, the pacing is pretty fast, pretty good, right? Pretty, it's efficient, I think is the right word. Pretty efficient. So why did I feel like the pacing was slow? Because this pacing within each scene is slow. Sure, if you just look at the information that has been transmitted to the audience, right? It seems fast. But within each scene, actually characters exchange very little dialogue, and it's very little meaningful dialogue. um, you know, uh, Oftentimes there are scenes which take place with no music at all, which really draws attention to the gaps between the like slightly too long gaps between lines of dialogue that makes everything feel a little slow and unnatural. And really, the scenes are so sort of standard and predictable, right? Like you already know exactly what's going to happen during this like night's exam before the scene even begins, because it's like the most obvious trope. She's gonna try and fail, but she's actually gonna succeed because she's like just so OP. Like you could see that coming a mile away, and the show kind of knows that you can see it coming a mile away, so it's trying to like speed run through it. But in trying to speed run through it, it actually does the opposite, which is it becomes so utilitarian, and it strips back so any you know flourishing, any what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, it just becomes purely mechanical, right? Like everything just becomes purely mechanical when the two characters interact. Their interaction is purely a mechanical introduction to these two characters and their relationship to each other. Like one of the tests is you have to rappel from a high tower.
she goes to the top of the high tower. There's a guy there who's afraid of heights, right? This entire scene is purely like it's so mechanical. It doesn't have any extraneous dialogue. Every single line is okay. We introduce the guy. This is the guy. He's afraid of heights. He finds that she's a cute girl, so he decides. So he's like proud. He's like a proud guy, but he's afraid of heights. So he's like trying his best to impress her, but then but he's still scared. So he's like kind of pathetic, but also like when the moment counts, he wants to impress the girl, and he'll overcome his fear. But in the end, um, the line that they're rappelling down on snaps, and she has to catch him and save him with her gorilla powers, right? Like that's everything that happens in the scene. And so because it's so mechanical and there's no like moments of people talking like people, people talking as if they're having a conversation rather than just to exposit towards an audience. Um, the actual pacing of the scene feels slow, even though it's really efficient, because it could have been a fucking bullet point list. It could have been a bullet point list, you know. It just feels like we're going through the motions, and so it doesn't matter how fast things happen. It doesn't matter like literally in terms of time how long each thing takes. It would always feel slow because it doesn't have any sense of natural progression. Um, so the pacing is all fucked up. Now, I'm sure this is probably a problem that it seems like something that might go away as the show goes on, because like they're trying to get through all the exposition and whatever. But it definitely was an interesting thing I noticed. Um, I can see this show becoming extremely formulaic, extremely fast. I don't need to watch the rest of it to basically know exactly how the rest of the show is going to work out. Um, But, as I said, this is. Oh, and also, let me just cover the aesthetics real quick. This is like if you told an AI to generate the average looking modern anime. Like, it doesn't look good. It looks like slightly bad. It has the most average default art style. It has, like, in terms of directing, there basically is no directing, right? Like, it's as flatly and unobtrusively directed as imaginable. Um, it's generic in every sense. In visual presentation, it is as generic as it's possible to be. Um, and the setting is also very generic. Uh, but I'm sure if you're into like this is obviously I have criticisms, but if you're interested in watching a show where if these Bishonen look appealing to you, if you're interested in seeing these guys fawn over the main girl, then this show's probably fine. You'll probably get you'll probably be okay enough with watching this. Um, this feels like something. This it feels very very manga-y as well. Yeah, I could tell. I could tell this wasn't adapted. I didn't even check. I could tell it wasn't adapted from a light novel, but directly from a manga, because it feels very manga-y. I can't put my finger on what it is that makes something feel manga-y. I could just immediately tell that this was like directly adapted from a manga and not from a light novel first. It has a manga feeling. So I would say if that does sound interesting to you, this is probably something where the manga is probably better. I think if this does seem like kind of an interesting gimmick to you, and if you're interested in the sort of harem, reverse harem, whatever you want to call it, thing, probably read the manga, skip the anime. But it's not like the worst thing I've ever seen. Let me see, what am I gonna give it? I think I'll probably just give it a 5. It's maybe a 4 or 5. I've made the decision to drop Uma Musume Cinderella Grey on episode 6, well, or like end of episode 5, I guess. Uh, the reason is, well, actually, I don't really know where to begin with this. Yeah, I watched the first season of Uma Musume Purity Derby, and I thought it was fine. Like, I thought it was very average in pretty much every way. It actually reminded me, like, if you want a cute girls do sports anime, or like sort of sports shonen type of thing with cute girls instead of traditional shonen boys, then there are so many better options that I don't know why you would choose Uma Musume. The advantage that Uma Musume has over, well, let me just first contrast Uma Musume to a more traditional sports shonen, which is that it has this sort of moe angle, right? It has moe characters, Kemono Mimi characters, um, and it does something with them. We spend a little more time with the characters, doing cute things, hanging out, slice of lifing with each other. And it also has an idol angle. And I've always been very disappointed with how little that angle is pushed. There are entire shows, there's an entire genre of idol anime, which is about how difficult it is to be an idol. And so the fact that the Uma Musume are idols, every one of them is an idol, that's part of what it means to be an Uma Musume. And yet you barely ever see, like, this just sort of doesn't come into play. It's just kind of a side consideration, right? Like the racing is, and I've always been disappointed by that because I always thought that was kind of like a neat part about the universe that just doesn't get explored. And this show is kind of no different. So I always thought, like, or I thought after watching the first season of Pretty Derby that it didn't do enough with the concept. And if you want like cute girls do sports, there are so many better options that there's no reason to watch Uma Musume unless you just like the mobile game and want to, and that's your motivation. In which case, fair enough, right? Even though the mobile game has a lot of very predatory gacha stuff elements. If you want to learn more about that, you can watch. There's a video by the YouTuber Ace Roller, as in Shinobu from Monogatari type, yeah. Which goes into detail about just how predatory Uma Musume's gambling is towards sort of later on in the video. But anyway, what was I talking about? Right. So like basically, I would recommend, like, there is obviously a lot of cute girls. Like they've been doing this for a long time. I mean, just off the top of my head, I can think of like Metal Fighter Miku from the 90s. Like I mean, I don't think that show's particularly great, but like, I mean, actually, hold on a minute. We've been doing this since Ace Ono top aim for the ace in the 70s, in the fucking 70s. I mean, that's more of a shoujo. I don't know what that is. I guess it's shoujo. I don't know. I still haven't watched it. I'm gonna watch it at some point. But like aim for the ace. You know what I'm saying. This is not a new concept. If you want something modern, like I would say Nanoha Vivid. No, not Nanoha Vivid. Vivid Strike. Vivid Strike is my favorite of this genre. Although, maybe not. I also like, I forgot the Japanese name for it, but it's Scorching Hot Ping Pong Girls in English or something like that. That's a fun one. There's a few fun ones. I mean, even something like Chihaya Furu is kind of like that. And Chihaya Furu is just genuinely good as a sports anime, which is something that Uma Musume doesn't have. Okay, let's actually talk about Cinderella Grey. Cinderella Grey made none of the changes I wanted it to make. In fact, it did the opposite. Like, the animation quality has a big upgrade, but I've never been one to super care about that stuff. But in fact, I think they did the worst. I don't think they did a good job. They didn't focus on. They doubled down on focusing almost entirely on the races, which I just find fairly uninteresting. There's just not like. I don't know how to. How do I explain this to you? There's not enough in between the races for me to give a shit. There are too many races. Every single episode has a new race in it. Hold on. No one clip me saying there are too many races out of context. Okay, that could sound real bad. Uh, um, uh, no, it's too focused on just the competition without any of the context that justifies the competition. The main character, like a lot of the show is dedicated to just asking the most boring default question, which is asking the main character, Oguri Kappu, why do you race? And she's like, I don't know, I just race because I race, man, and that's it, you know? And it's like, oh, this is the existential question at the heart of the anime. But the thing is, well, yeah, why? Like, why does the show exist? Is really the question, right? If you think about it on a little bit of a deeper level, what is the show asking? It's asking, why do I exist? Why does the show exist? And it doesn't have an answer. I mean, maybe it does later on. Presumably, it's going to be the power of friendship and friendly rivalry and competition and shit like that, right? But like, it's silly. And yeah, I mean, I want to see more. Like, if I were to tell Psy Games, this is what you do with your next Uma Musume. You spend way less time on the racing. You spend way more time on the training. You spend way more time on the strategy. I want to see way more interesting strategies. There's like they try and do it, but it's always shit. And I think this is a little bit of a fundamental limitation of what they've chosen to write about. Like, frankly, the way you win a horse race is by going faster than the other guys, and there's not much else to it. Like, it's kind of boring as a concept, you know. Um, it's not a very nuanced sport. But you can add nuance because you're making it's not actually horse racing. It's made up fictional anime girl horse racing. You know, you can add nuance that doesn't exist. They do it a bit in the show actually, but they don't go far enough with it. Go further with it. Go further with it. Differentiate the different racing styles of the different characters even more drastically. Come up with more creative ideas on nuanced strategy that people can employ. Horse racing strategies. Okay, spend more time on that and the training specifically for that. Spend more time slice of life in it up, and not just eating because it's boring. I don't care, and I'm sure it's about a mechanic in the game. Whatever, right? And spend more time on the idle stuff. Spend more time on the idle stuff. Emphasize the idle stuff more. You'll sell fucking records with that. You shouldn't need me to tell you this. You're gonna make money by selling records of the Uma Musume singing. Spend more time on the idle side of things because that's an entire. You know, there's way more nuance and interest, intrigue, and drama to be spun out of that you just haven't tapped, and it's just sitting there waiting to get tapped. Um, I don't know why this show has such a high rating. Like, why this show has been so well received. It's not bad. Like, let me clarify this, okay? It's just mid. It's just fine. It's just fine. It's just mediocre. I feel no need to finish it because I feel like I get the picture. Maybe there's a big twist in later in the show that I'm gonna miss out on. I don't really care. Um, you know, I'm sure that if you like the mobile game already, it's cool to see characters you know in an anime, but I don't give a fuck. I don't know. I just actually don't understand why it has such a high rating on every site. Like it doesn't have anything to it. Like it doesn't have any of the special sauce that like a good sports anime has. Like even though I'm not the biggest fan of like traditional sports shonen or whatever, like they tend to have way more of a focus on like the ups and downs of a career and way more of a focus on the training and the motivation of characters and stuff like that. And it's very like having a character whose entire fucking entire question, entire motivation in the show, right, is to figure out why they're even doing the sport in the first place. It doesn't work. It doesn't work unless it was a situation where like they were forced to do it by their parents or something like. And in that case, the end of that story would be them quitting. That would be the solution, to be like, oh, I don't actually want this, right? I don't have to do this. I don't, you know, Like that would be the finale. But it just doesn't. It's just silly. It's just a very strange idea. It's just a really. I mean, they're going with now. I've done my research. Okay, the real. So all of the horses in Uma Musume are real horses, right? And the story is Oguri Cap in real life was like a deformed baby who couldn't stand up on his own. And then went on to be really, really famous. Like maybe the most famous Japanese racehorse of all time. Um, there's even a reference to Oguri Cap in Nichijo. Like it's a little bit of a cultural thing in Japan. Not like massive, but like vaguely. Uh, and a lot of that just gets directly translated into the anime, right? Like the Oguri Cap, the girl, the horse girl, the Uma Musume, um, she couldn't walk as a kid, and so now she like runs because she couldn't walk, and like she is a country bumpkin, which is by the way the exact same plot as the first season, but you know was pretty derby. It's the same plot, but whatever. Of like, oh, a country bumpkin comes to the city. It's the same fucking plot. They just ran it back. It wasn't that good in the first season. It's not good in this season. Um, so but they've added a bunch of stuff that obviously doesn't exist with a real horse, right? Because like the notion of I love running because I couldn't, it's not a given for me. The idea that I can run. I was born with this disability, but I overcame it, and now I'm gonna run for my own sake. Like that would be actually a character that's a character who's like kind of halfway there, but actually doesn't really know why she's running. It's like, okay, but then what are you fucking doing? It's meh. It's meh. Also, like I said, oh, the animation has a big upgrade, but it's only because the first season was like kind of badly animated. Like this season is not amazing. Like it's not, like if you look at the standard for sports anime, it's crazy high. Like like it's something like Haikyuu or something. Like there's some insane, there's some insane shots, and like we really just like it's fine. Like it's better, but it's not like spectacle. It's not like visual splendor. It's just fine. It's just like better than average. I don't know. I mean, listen, I'll support Uma Musume as long as Sai Games keeps pumping out Apocalypse Hotels. I don't give a fuck how many gambling addicts I have to create. If we can get more Apocalypse Hotels, I'm happy. But this show, it's not it. I'm also like, let me just be very clear here about my mental state. I'm fucking sick of this. I want to finish. I don't want to keep watching this. I want to watch something else. Like I started doing this while I had other shows that I was watching. Like I still haven't finished Macross. I still haven't finished fucking Kobato. And also like I really want to start like I've really been in the mood to read a visual novel recently. Although maybe not. I'm kind of stuck because I've also just been reading like books. So I don't know. I'm doing a lot of my life is just reading right now. Like I wake up and I read blog posts, and then I like reading books and reading. I don't know. It kind of gets a bit tiring. Uh, where was I? Right, yeah. So I'm kind of sick of this, and I want it to be over, and it's almost over. I'm close to being over. I think next, I think I want to watch a show that I feel like I'm gonna. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen, but listen, we're close. We're close to finishing. Let me just say one more thing about Uma Musume, which is that like I'm complaining that the show focuses too much on the races and the sports aspect and sets the sort of moe or slice of life stuff to the side. Um, and like you might think that, well, whatever. The point is, I've seen the game. I've seen the game, and in the game, they play that shit up, right? Like they definitely lean into the cute girls aspect
of the characters in the game, in the style of the animations, in the outfits, in the training sections, which are heavily like they lean into it. They so like maybe, and the races, you can skip them in the game. Like you could just skip them just to see the outcome. So like maybe the point of the anime is that like it's, if you want the slice of life moe stuff, you play the mobile game, and the anime is like making up for the fact that the races are actually boring in the mobile game. But at the same time, I find that strange because if you're coming from the game, presumably you want more of that. And if you're, I don't know, it just seems odd. It seems like an odd decision. Like obviously the choice of Oguri Cap as the main character of Cinderella Grey is already emphasizing the sort of sports aspect of the franchise. But like what I'm saying is it's not like I want something different from Uma Musume compared to what the Cygames wants from it or the fan base wants from it, right? Like it's not like, oh, I wish it was something completely different. No, it already is very Bishoujo focused. I mean, just look at the fucking art style, right? I mean, obviously you can't see it here, right? It's de-emphasized, but like we all know what's going on. It's an anime about anthropomorphic horse girls. Like this is moe anthropomorphism. It's an old tradition at this point. We've been doing moe anthropomorphism since the 90s. Everyone knows what it is, right? That's what this show is. But it's like why? I mean, it's just I feel like we could milk this. Like, why I want more of that. I want that aspect. I mean, not just because it's me, but also because like that's the interesting part. The races are actually equally uninteresting in the video game, the mobile game, as they are in the fucking anime. Like there's a reason that there's a lot of visual novel-esque slice of lifery in the game. I've seen enough footage. Like you can just look at the mannerisms of the girls in the mobile game compared to their mannerisms in the anime. Just the way they move. Like it's very clear that the moe aspect has been de-emphasized in the anime, and I don't really understand why. Because like if you're trying to advertise the game, which is, I mean, that's what this is, right? This is an ad for the mobile game. Like, why would you not show the thing that is one of the major appeals of the game for most of the people who play it? I mean, mobile games, by their very essence, gacha games, have to be moe focused because the point is that you pull fucking JPEGs. Well, I mean, you're trying to. Do you know what I mean? Whatever. I mean, it's kind of dumb, but I just wanted to add that this is not coming out of nowhere. I'm not asking for the franchise to change directions. I'm asking for something that I think is already there, and it's strange that it's de-emphasized in the show when it's emphasized in the mobile game. Let me ask you guys a question. I haven't finished the show yet, but I'm watching Katai Naka no Osan Kensei ni Naru. Is this an isekai? So I've been like, I think, okay, Sekai, different world, right? Another world, different world, whatever. Chigal Sekai? Is that a different thing? I don't know. But the point is there's a distinction between fantasy versus isekai, you know? And I've been saying probably in this very video, although I don't remember because it's getting pretty long at this point. I've been saying things like, well, this isn't technically an isekai, but it is not okay, right? But like, okay, is it not technically an isekai because it's not an isekai tensei? Or is isekai tensei, i.e. Otherworld reincarnation, it like, is the tensei, like, am I using this term incorrectly? Do you know what I mean? Like,
does isekai specifically, is it short for isekai tensei, or should I say like, oh, this is an isekai but it's not an isekai tensei, or should I say this is, or does isekai only refer to reincarnation stories? This is the question that I'm asking. Okay, this is what I'm asking. Is isekai its own thing, or is isekai short for isekai tensei? Because they're like, by the way, this is not, this is a native isekai. Like, okay, native isekai is then a meme term, but is it a meme term? Because like, you can be a native in an isekai, right? Like, isekai, it doesn't intrinsically mean isekai tensei. So like, what are we doing here? Do you know what I mean? I would like to hear your opinions in the comments on the usage of the term isekai, isekai tensei, and naroke. I would like to hear your opinions in the comments. I'm watching, I just want to clarify something. You're probably, this video's taken a long time to come out. We're almost done. We're very close to finishing all the shows. I'm taking my sweet time, okay? I am and this is the only reason I've been able to do this, is that I've been taking my time. I've been watching these shows very slowly. Like, I've been watching between 1 to 5 episodes a day. Unless the show was, like, particularly good, where I just marathon them because I just really wanted to see what happened next. But a show like this, which is, like, it's not great. It's not so bad that I'm gonna drop it. Like, I don't have. I mean, I'll talk about it later once I actually finish the show. You'll hear about this in a second. Um, you know, I want to finish the show, although I'm not like super hyped to find out what happens next, right? It's like I'm taking my damn time. I'm watching, 2 or 3 episodes a day, and there's nothing wrong with that. So that's why this video is taking a long time to get out. I'm pacing myself so I don't burn out. And I think this is a sensible and reasonable thing to do. And that's the reason why I've been able to actually complete this challenge, even though I failed previous challenges. Such as, for example, when I tried to watch all of the Strike Witches anime, which I don't remember if I don't think I ever posted that anywhere. But I don't remember if I posted Strike Witches thing or not, but I watched all the Strike Witches anime, except I didn't, right? Because I didn't watch, I dropped Luminous Witches. I couldn't make it through it, and there's also some OVAs that I didn't watch because I was trying to speedrun it. I was trying to marathon it, and it was the same with Nanoha. I definitely did a video on that, right? I did a video watching the entire Nanoha series or franchise, but I actually didn't, right? Because I never watched the movies because I'd already seen the first 2 movies and I didn't want to bother watching, right? But like, if I had been pacing myself better with Nanohair, if I hadn't been marathoning, if I had been like watching a couple episodes a day, then I would have probably had the energy to keep going. So this is something I've learned. I'm sort of trying intentionally to do more, is to be okay taking my time. There's no fucking rush, right? There's no rush. Who's in a rush here, right? Like, I like marathoning shows. But like at the same time, if I'm doing a bigger project like this, it's actually better to take my time and not burn out. Just watch a few episodes here and there, and not force myself. And that's where we're at. So yeah. So I just finished Katai Naka no Ossan Kensei ni Naru, and it was okay. It was alright. We're getting pretty damn close to the end of this. I only have 3 more shows to go. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna only enjoy one of them. The next 3 shows are Kidosenshi Gundam G-Cucks, a show called #Compass 2.0, which seems to be some sort of Show by Rock spin-off, and then Zatsutabi, which I've heard from some friends is pretty good. But anyway, so only 3 shows. I'm pretty close. We might actually finish this. I really want to watch other anime, man. It's crazy. Yeah, this show. It's alright. It's So I kind of briefly mentioned this, but it's like it's an isekai. It's not an isekai. Like it's not an isekai tensei. The guy didn't get reincarnated in another world. He didn't get transported to another world either. I forgot what the word for teleportation is, because that's another kind of isekai. Whatever. Fuck you. But it is a fantasy with like isekai aesthetics. It's a native isekai. Main character is a sort of middle-aged guy, who's like has a dojo teaching kenjutsu in the countryside, and he doesn't really know, but he's like actually really good at sword fighting, and not only that, but he's also like a particularly good teacher. So he's like a very good. He's very yeah, but he doesn't have a good way to judge himself against other people, right? So he thinks he's like worse than he actually is, which is kind of like a. I think we already watched a show like that this season, but this is not anywhere near as extreme. It's not really played for comedy, um, like that, or it's not really central to the plot. It more just shows up in him being extremely humble, which is actually just quite nice. It's quite nice to see an isekai protagonist who is just actually humble about their skills, rather than being like, yes, I am the coolest guy, and that's why all the women should fuck me. Um, Also, he's quite a bit older than your average Naroke protagonist, which is also quite a nice change of pace. Uh, I'm pretty bored of watching guy gets reincarnated as a baby for the first two episodes of a baby running around. You know, like it's nice to just have like a guy. Um, and because of that, you end up with kind of an interesting situation. So in the show, he doesn't think he's like that good because he's still never beaten his father. But like presumably his father is just like some ultimate god tier swords master. Um, but even still, he's very good, right? So he's like particularly good. But anyway, um, he ends up going to the like capital to train the guards because one of his students became a guard at the capital, or like the military at the capital. She invites him to like come down and train them. He's like, I don't really want to, but then his dad basically kicks him out of the house and says, go find a wife, like go to the city and find yourself a wife. Don't come back till you've given me grandchildren, which is kind of funny. But he has no interest in that, which is the second interesting thing about this show. Or I don't know if it's the second. It's some number of the interesting thing about this show, which is despite the show having many harem-esque features, right? So like most of the cast, aside from the main guy, are his ex-students, right? Main guy's ex-students. Even though whenever we see like flashback scenes or whatever of the dojo, it's all mostly men training. Every single one of his ex-student is a cute girl, of course, right? Um, uh, some of whom seem to be crushing on him. Maybe most of them, but a lot of them. But like he's not interested. He literally says like, "I'm too old. I'm too old for these women." Like I'm just, and I feel like that's reasonable. I don't really personally give a shit, but that's like out of all of the reasons to be in a harem situation where you don't actually just fuck all the women, which is what anyone would do in a real harem situation, they always need to come up with some excuse, right? And I feel like, bro, you're like 18 and I'm 43 is actually a pretty reasonable excuse, you know? Like, I don't even see you as like yeah. So I feel like that kind of, and the harem stuff, it's mostly there for like visual set dressing, to be honest. Like, it doesn't play into the plot almost at all. It does a little bit. There's a couple of episodes here and there, but, this is not a harem focused isekai. It has an incidental harem. That's how I would put it. It has an incidental harem in it. But mostly, I don't know, this is where the show kind of starts to fall apart in like trying to describe what happens then, not much, but like, and sometimes that is pleasant slice of life antics, and sometimes that is like episodes which feel like a lot of stuff is happening, but for no real reason. Like, I think the worst episode in the show, there's an episode fairly late on in the show. In fact, it's right before the climax where the plot actually starts to get going. Um, there's this episode which is basically just dedicated to them trying to catch a particular horse, and it's so bad. I mean, firstly, it looks like shit. The entire episode looks so bad. Whoever, I mean, I think I've heard before from artists that like horses are particularly hard to draw and that horses are particularly hard to animate. Um, yeah, you can tell. The horse is janky as fuck. The whole episode is just bad. That whole episode is just really bad. So there's a few episodes like that where it's just like, oh, he has to do a random fucking thing. But there's also some like more plot. A lot of the sort of early like part of the show is kind of him establishing his new life in the city, introducing himself to people, sort of having like exhibition matches to show that he is good enough at sword fighting to teach people. Um, and then as the show goes on, it kind of gets some of these stupid episodes like the horse one. There's also another episode where like involving a date, like oh, two characters going on a date. It's kind of dumb. But there's also episodes we also start to begin to see flashes of like the actual main thrust of what is going to drive the narrative, which is a sort of political intrigue regarding the relationship between this country and a neighboring country, and also the sort of power balance in the neighboring country regarding like the papists versus the royalists, right? Like who's gonna have more power, the church or the monarchy? Who's got, there's kind of some sort of success, what power struggle going on there. I don't really yeah, I don't know. Not too much has been revealed about it yet, and I think this is really another issue with the show. You see, when I was started watching the show, Dotsmite was like, "Hey, what show is that?" And I told them, and then they started reading the manga. And it's much faster to read manga than to watch anime, and Dotsmite is already a fast reader, so they shot right by me real quick, way past the, well, I don't know how far past the end of the first season, but definitely past the end of the anime. And they were telling me that like the stuff about how like the plot gets going, and it's all related to this kind of stuff to do with this religious order fighting for power and this kind of thing. Um, but that happens like by the time, from what I could tell from what Dotsmite was telling me about the manga, like that doesn't really get going until quite a bit after the anime ends. And that's not too surprising because there is already a season 2 announced and set in production for this show. So this is really like hard to judge because the actual plot of the show, it flashes up in an earlier arc which relates to someone sort of stealing dead bodies to do like necromancy on them, who's like a priest, right? And then that turns out to be linked to the broader thing of the that like religion, the church being fucked, classic anime trope, the church being evil. And that really only starts to like, you only start to learn about that in the last 2 episodes of the show. But from what Dotsmite tells me, that's really like this sort of politics is kind of the central thrust of the narrative beyond that. So I assume, yeah, it just kind of feels weird, right? Like to have the whole first season just basically be preamble, and then to have anything that actually happens starts in season 2. It's just very odd, and frankly, it's not good enough to justify that, right? Like, the characters aren't strong enough, the animation isn't strong enough. Like, I mean, it looks like shit. I'll talk more about the animation in a second because there is actually one interesting thing about that. But, um, the world building isn't strong enough. Like not like the political intrigue, as I just explained, is already like you've seen this in a million different times. You know, like this is not unique or interesting. This isn't Legend of the Galactic Heroes. This isn't like where there's no interesting factional play, a work here, novel political intrigue. Like it's just generic. So it this doesn't really have enough to carry itself on, and the quality of episodes is kind of all over the place, but only really in the bad side of things. Like it never gets that good, but it does get pretty bad. Uh, so it's pretty unbalanced. That being said, there are a lot of good things about the show. Um, I like the main character. I think he's just a cool guy, and not just like cool as in, badass, but he just seems chill. I guess. Like what I mean is, it's fun and enjoyable to spend time with the main character, which is something that isn't true for a lot of shows like this, where the main character is either completely personalityless or, you know, just a sort of badass, but like with nothing. You know what I'm saying, right? Whereas this main character, he's actually pretty well characterized. Like you get like he's there's a lot of time spent establishing his sort of internal monologues. Like you hear his internal monologues quite frequently, and it's fairly clear like what kind of guy he is. He's a guy that has singularly dedicated his life to getting good at swinging a sword. You know, and lived in the countryside swinging a sword his whole life, and like doesn't really know that much about life outside of that. And this is even though he's like middle aged, this is kind of his first time like actually integrating into real society. But he's also like not that smart. Like he's really good at sword fighting, but outside of that, he's kind of dumb. But he also genuinely has people's best interests at heart. And uh, about halfway through the show, he gets this sort of like adopted daughter esque like character who comes and lives with him, and she, you know, like he may not he's not perfect, but he's like trying his best. He's honestly trying his best for her sake, and he does care. Like there's a lot of stuff that makes the main character endearing, and I like that they didn't make him just the smartest, coolest guy. Even though he's really good at sword fighting, he still gets injured, right? Like he still takes hits, um, and he's humble about it, and that's nice. That's nice stuff. Now I'll talk about the other good thing about this show, which is uh, the vast majority of the show looks like actual fucking garbage. Okay, it is slideshow tier. You know, I mean, it just looks bad. It's poorly animated and it's poorly drawn. But for some sword fights, the show switches to like 3D CG, and that looks way better. Like I'm not gonna say it looks incredible or anything. The CG can be a bit janky from time to time, like in certain cuts, in certain shots, the CG is a little bit janky. But like overall, the difference in quality is pretty huge. I wish the whole show looked like that, the CG fight scenes, because they are genuinely very well choreographed, and like consistently well choreographed. Even though, like, yeah, I mean, they're legitimately good fight scenes, which you don't often see in a show like this. Um, like because it's all based on sort, there is a little bit of magic, but the magic is mostly in this universe is mostly like enhancing your own powers. There's some other stuff. I won't elaborate about the magic system, but like most of the magic that comes up in combat has just been like giving yourself a stat boost, basically. Um, so most of the combat is like physical fighting, physical sword fighting, and there are a lot of different styles demonstrated. You get like there's one character who has like a big ass fucking great sword. There's a character who has like a sword and one-handed sword and a shield. The main character fights in like Japanese style, of course he does. Two-handed like you know Japanese kendo type style. Uh, like there's a lot of different. There's one character who I guess is supposed to be kind of like a little bit of a fantasy exaggerated version of like I don't know like a rapier I don't know. I'm no fucking HEMA expert. Okay, I don't know anything about sword fighting, but like it seems like someone did some level of research because from what I do know, like there were swords that I see in this thing, and I'm like, oh, I've seen that sword before in like fucking Scalagrim videos or whatever. I don't know. I feel like someone put some thought into it at some point, and the the like the fights are exaggerated. Obviously, they're like action movie fights. They're not super realistic. Super realistic sword fights would probably be, well, I don't know. They're not, right? But they're cool. Like they're actually well choreographed, and beyond that, they're actually very dynamically directed. There's a lot of like really strong posing in the animation, a lot of very strong like action lines. The fights are easy to follow, and you get a lot of really bold like camera moves and camera positions, um, which I think add like so much more movement and excitement and interest, visual interest to the fight. I mean, it's really night and day between, because there are some fight scenes that aren't 3D. There are some fight scenes that are just 2D animated, and they look so much worse. And the worst part is the final episode, the climactic battle at the end of the final episode is in 2D. So it looks like shit. It's very strange. Like I'm sure that there were budget or time constraints or something, but I wish the whole show was just CG because the CG is so much better done than anything else production wise. Like it's not even close. Uh, so yeah, that's whatever that show was. Um, I think the English title is something like From Old Country Bumpkin to Master Swordsman or something. Uh, yeah, I guess I'm giving up on the random thing. I'm just gonna pick one. I'm gonna watch hashtag Compass 2.0, the Show by Rock spin-off. I don't really like Show by Rock that much, and I know that there have been like a number of. I know that I only watched the first season of Show by Rock. I know that there's a second season. I also know that there's like a third season, I think, at some point. Anyway, this show has terrible ratings on every site I could see. No one watched it, and that's all the information I have. So I'm not expecting to love it, but let's see if I'm gonna be surprised because I've been surprised already in this season, in this video. Oh, I should give that show a rating. I technically, because I'm on AniList rather than myanimelist.net, I can give zero point 0.5 ratings. But I don't like doing it because all of my list is migrated from my anime list from Mal. Let's just call it Mal to make this more clear, the distinction. So my list was originally made on Mal, and I migrated to AniList when Mal started making me like fill out captures every time I clicked on a link, it would make me fill out a captcha, which or solve a captcha, I guess, which is just makes the website unusable. So I had to migrate. But Mal doesn't support like it only has 1 to 10, whereas AniList you can use a variety of different scoring systems. And I actually think that the 0.5 having 0.5s in your 1 to 10 scale is I don't have anything ethically against it, right? Like, sure, I would like right now. I would give this show, like the negatives are pretty fucking negative, right? Like a lot of the show really like I can't emphasize how bad some of the show looks, and some of the parts that really should like the actual key moments that really need to shine visually, they just completely drop the ball. Um, it's like it's really visually fucking shit. And there are so many episodes that are just complete fucking duds that I like. It really drags the whole show down. Um, Especially, I mean, I didn't actually talk about this that much, but the side cast, other than the sort of orphan girl who becomes basically the main character's like adopted daughter, like she's a good character. She actually has an arc, but fucking no one else has any. Like they're just puppets. Like there's a sort of, and I'm doing big. You can imagine that you can see me doing scare quotes right now. I'm gonna put the phone back on the table because apparently I'm still ranting about this show. There is a twist, scare quotes, twist, in the final episode or the second to last episode, which is a character turns out to have like betrayed the main the main characters, except that it's foreshadowed so heavily that it just completely doesn't work. It's just, in fact, it's the opposite. It's actually just really annoying because you have to spend 2 episodes, like, this character gets introduced. It's so painfully obvious that the show is setting her up to be like a secret bad guy, right? Um, that like it's just painful to sit through the show trying to like throw red herrings at you when it's so obvious what's happening. It really sucks. And then she has like an arc where it's like, oh, she was just doing it because the orphanage was taken hostage or something. I was like, come on, fuck off, man. The orphanage was taken hostage, just like a parody. What are we doing here? Try harder, man. It's like and then the rest of the cast just may as well be fucking completely interchangeable. Like they don't even exist. They're just I couldn't name a single one of them. I don't know. I don't know who they are. I don't know anything. They're just the interchangeable side characters that are members of main guy's harem, pseudo harem, incidental harem. Uh, yeah. So like I don't want to like so that sucks. But there was like a couple of things about the show, like the fight animation, like the main character that I thought do elevate it up a little bit. So it's like at the end, I feel like it kind of cancels out, and I have to give it. I like if I were giving 0.5s, I would probably give it like a 5.5, but it's closer to a 5 than a 6. Honestly, I didn't have a great time watching it. I don't think it dips to a 4 because there is enough stuff to like. I did finish it, even though I considered dropping it at some point. Um, it's not bad enough to be a 4. It's between a 5 and a 6. Rating scales are made up. Everyone knows that. So it doesn't super matter. But yeah, it is a little tricky in situations like this where it's not necessarily that I'm just rating the average quality of the show because it's fairly inconsistent. So there kind of is no average quality. So I have to like try and average it out in my brain. I think I would give it like a 5 out of 10. Okay, I'm dropping Compass 2.0 on episode 1 for much the same reason that I dropped the Guilty Gear anime. Um, Compass, so I was maybe wrong. There's very little information I could find in English. Actually, to be honest, I didn't look that hard. I probably could have looked a bit harder, but I couldn't find that much information instantly and gave up quickly because I just don't care that much. But it seems like this is a mobile game adaptation. There's a mobile game, it's only available in Japan and China, I think, called Compass. And it seems actually kind of cool. Like, I don't really know. I couldn't really understand what was going on, but it seems like kind of it has like you move around in a 3D environment. You control a character, maybe, but I don't actually know if you control the character. But there's deck building elements, and I don't know if you're fighting NPCs or other real players. Like I don't know if it's PvP or PvE or PV. What is it? Is PvE the right word? I think so. Whatever. Um, the game seems kind of neat, to be honest. I haven't seen a game like that before. It looks kind of unique. Apparently, it's pretty popular in Japan and China. And that's what this is an adaptation of. But unless you're already familiar with the game, it kind of doesn't make any sense. Uh, I don't really know how to explain. It's kind of like I actually don't hate the anime. Like I think even if you don't play the game, you might be able to get something out of this show. Like I wouldn't say this is like hot garbage or anything. It's just referencing something that I don't know anything about. And I'm assuming if you're a fan of the game, it's probably kind of cool. Um, Yeah, I don't really have that much to say about it because it's kind of incomprehensible. I mean, it's not actually incomprehensible, right? Like I can follow what's literally going on, but it's a little tricky to describe. Let me think for a second. How do I explain this? Okay, if you, dear viewer, I'm going to assume you're not familiar with the game of cricket. Okay? Uh, if you're not familiar with cricket and you were to go on like YouTube or whatever and look up like a cricket match, right? Like a proper like professional broadcast of a cricket match, Indian Premier League or a test match or something. Like you could watch the game and understand what is happening. Like you can, even if no one explained the rules to you, like you could understand, okay, this guy's throwing the ball and the other guy's trying to hit the ball, and it's kind of like baseball, and like he's trying to hit it far, and if the other, if they get caught out, then they're out. Like you could understand what's literally happening, right? Guy threw a ball, guy hit the ball, guy caught the ball, right? Or like guy didn't catch, like you could understand that, right? But like if you look at the scoreboard, you would see all the numbers and you don't know what they're referring to, you know? Like you don't understand what the numbers mean, but it doesn't mean you can't literally tell what's going on. That's what it's like watching this show for me. Is like I can understand what is literally happening, but I feel like I'm supposed to like why is Joan of Arc here? You know what I mean? Like what like there's a layer of explanation and like self-justification that a show would typically have for like its own systems, for the world's systems that this show just lacks. And I have seen another show like that, and it's called Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere, and it's one of my favorite shows of all time. So it's like, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But in Horizon, I've talked about this at least 500 times. I've said this exact phrase, but in Horizon, first of all, the anime is way more confusing because in the light novels you can hear the characters' internal monologues or read the characters' internal monologues, so you understand why they're doing things, whereas that's not in the anime. They don't have the internal monologues, so you often just don't understand why characters are doing the things that they're doing. Um, so like that's one thing, and that's kind of comparable here, right? Where it's obviously based on a mobile game, and I don't know the mechanics of the mobile game, so like I don't really understand why characters act, whatever. But also in Horizon, a lot of that is because it's just a like it's a 2-season anime adaptation of, I think it's one of the longest in terms of just like word count, page count, biggest light novel series. So it like really only adapts a very early part of the light novels before a lot of the lore stuff has even been explained. Um, Whereas in this, there isn't like that's not going to get explained, right? That there is no explanation. It's just the systems of the video game that they're adapting, and it just makes for a very very odd watching experience, right? Because you would like there were just a number of very like hyper specific sort of aspects of world building, magic system, characterization, character behavior, setting. I mean everything, right? Um, that presumably, if it was a game, they would just factor into everything as game mechanics. Like, you don't need a video game to explain to you why you're respawning, Like, some games do, but a game doesn't have to bother to you don't need to explain in League of Legends, like who's the cameraman, like they did in Mario 64. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of stuff in games that can just be taken for granted by virtue of them just being in service of the game systems. Translating that over to an anime without me having any of the context of what the game systems are, it's just a strange experience. It's just weird. I mean, it just feels like I'm missing a bunch of information.
because I'm missing a bunch of information. So like I don't feel like I can even really be a good judge of the show because I don't know anything about the game and it's not made for me. Like this is not an advert for the game. This is, or I suppose this is not an advert for people who don't already know about the game. This is an advert for people who already know about the game. You know, like I don't know. I don't know what this is for, but this is something, and it's kind of interesting that it exists. And honestly, the game seems kind of cool, but I don't unfortunately know how to speak Japanese, so I probably won't be able to play it. Um, yeah, I don't really have anything else to say other than that. Okay, I've made a decision that you may not have expected. I've made the decision to drop Zatsutabi on episode 3. I will explain my logic. Now, obviously, I'm being a little more harsh than I might be in other situations because I'm a little bit burning out, you know? Like, even though I tried to pace myself as well as possible, I think I did pretty well. I mean, I'm only one show left, and I'm, looking forward to watching one episode of Gundam G-Cux, dropping it, and then putting the video together and never having to watch another show from 2025 again. But so maybe I'm being a little more harsh than I would normally be. I said right at the front of this video series that I would try and be as harsh as possible because it's a lot of shows to get through. Honestly, I have been more forgiving than I should have been. I have finished shows or gone way too deep in shows that I probably should have dropped away sooner. In the case of Zatsutabi, um, I know that some people really like this show, and I want to be clear that I have reasons, okay? I'm not just dropping it because I want to stop recording this video and go on and do other things with my life. It's been months, man. I've been at this for months. It's actually crazy. My pace is really slow. I've been just chilling. Hey, but anyway, listen. It's not just that. I do genuinely have problems with the show that were kind of turning me off of it. So I watched the first 2 episodes, and then the next day was like, I don't really feel like watching more. I don't really feel like watching more. And the next day, I was like, I don't really feel like watching more, but I kind of want to watch some anime. But I don't really. I guess I should watch Satsutabi. I clicked on the episode. I clicked on episode 3. I watched 2 minutes of episode 3, and I went, not right now. Not right now. Let me watch something else. So I watched something else. I watched a different show. Not from this season. The first show, not from that season that I've watched in months, except for the time when I took a short break to watch Summer Wars, which is not a show. That's a movie, so it doesn't count. But next day rolls around. Again, I'm like, kind of want to watch anime. Think about clicking on Zatsutabi. Think back to the day before. When I watched the first 2 minutes of episode 3, think, not quite in the mood for that right now. I continue watching the show I was watching before, which I'll talk about. Maybe I'll talk about, maybe not. Maybe I won't talk about it. Maybe you'll never know which anime I watched instead of Zatsutabi. Anyway, the next day rolls around, which is today, and I'm like, fuck it. I gotta watch some. Let's just get through this, okay? Let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens in episode 3. So I start watching episode 3, and I'm realizing, like, maybe I just don't like this show that much, right? Like, if I really didn't want to watch it, maybe I just don't like this show that much. Let's start, like, let's be a little more critical in my watching of the show. And immediately I realized that the number one thing that was putting me off the show was the visuals. I think this show is incredibly ugly. And this is strange because typically I don't let that stuff doesn't bother me very much, right? Like whether a show is I mean, obviously if a show looks good, that's a plus. But if there's good narrative content, character content, whatever, then I can forgive an ugly show. So the fact that I realized, oh, a big thing that's putting me off is I don't like the way this show looks, then made me think the only reason I'm focusing so much on the way the show looks is because there's nothing else there. There's nothing else there for me to latch onto. The more I was watching this episode, the more I was realizing I don't like any of these characters. Like I don't like spending time with them. The main character has like none of these characters have any personality. They don't have any chemistry. There's nothing there's nothing here. And the premise of Zatsutabi is that this girl
goes on trips to different small, just random places in Japan, right? And it's like each episode is kind of like exploring a town, maybe two towns, just like here's a random ass fucking place in Japan that you've never seen before. We get on the Shinkansen, we go there, we check it out, we eat some food, we go back, right? We go to an onsen, that's it. And I realized that like this kind of show, in which the setting is a character, like this is a show where the setting of each episode is as much of a character, as much of is the main driver of the plot rather than the characters themselves. That's the type of thing you can make. You can make a show like that. In that instance, you have to have a few things down. Firstly, you have to have an actual relationship between the characters in the setting. Okay, that's the first thing. Like, let's take a show. I know this is very different, but a show which is very much about characters interact, like the environment. Girls Lost Tour, right? In Girls Lost Tour, the entire show is premised on exploration, curiosity, and the ways in which the main characters overcome the challenges of their environment. Their unique, interesting aspect. There's just a lot more attention placed on the relationship between the characters and the environment, which evolves from episode to episode. It's dynamic. It's always, you're as curious to see what's around the next corner as the main characters, Chotto and whatever the other one's name is. Obviously, this is not the case in this show. I didn't find that to be the case. So I think you have to nail if the setting is a character, then you have to have chemistry with that character, which doesn't exist. None of the characters have any chemistry. They're just blank slates. In my opinion, I really was not pleased at all with the character rating. And the other thing is, there are shows like this that are similar, that are sort of Iyashi, K, calming, healing, laid back, atmospheric shows which emphasize the environment and shots of the environment, exploration, local customs, local specialties, all of these sorts of things, local food. A good example of this is actually Mono from this season, right? What does Mono have that this show doesn't have? Well, it has pretty much everything. It has characters which are a billion times more interesting, have a billion times more interesting chemistry with each other, better relationships, more depth. So it has that. It has an environment which doesn't feel trivial. The environments in the show feel like set dressing. They're just it feels like a couple of tourist spots. They go to a place, they go to the 2-3 tourist spots that are there, they eat the one specialty dish. It's what it is. I'll tell you what it is. It's not a show like this, right? Like, it's pretending to be a show like Mono, or like, there's a few others that are somewhat similar. Small town Japan exploration. Even Tamayura is like this to some extent, which is one of my favorite shows. Equal joint favorite show. Okay, 10 out of 10. Is a similar kind of show to this, but it's not like those shows, because those shows are curious. Those shows are innately curious. In this show, the setting doesn't fucking. It's set dressing. It's not actually that kind of show. What it is a TV travel show. That's what it actually is. It is. You've seen a million of them. I've even seen Japanese NHK travel shows, which are exactly the same formula. They exist in every country. Guy, presenter, goes to places around the country and eats some food there, and then looks at some landmarks. That's pretty much I think every country has their own versions of this. There's a million billion in the UK. There's many of them in Japan. I've seen some Japanese ones. It's a show like that, except that it's pretending not to be. So it can't actually go in. It can't go in depth on that aspect. Like, when the show first started and there's an integration of social media into the premise, I kind of thought it was going to be about this girl becoming a bit of a travel blogger, Twitter personality, whatever. But no, that's just in the background, right? Like, that's not. Maybe that happens later. I don't know. I only got to episode 3, but like, There doesn't seem to be something that's being emphasized at all, which was much more emphasized in Mono again. So, it fails on those levels, but then the final level it fails on is you're going to have a show in which the environment is super important, then art is fucking important. You need to have an art style that is actually expressive, interesting, dynamic. It's actually dog shit. Firstly, this show has, I'm going to dive into just shitting on the art, okay? I hope you're ready. Now, I actually want to make it clear, okay? I don't think the show is awful. I don't think the show is like dog shit garbage. In fact, I don't think the narrative is that bad at all. Like, I think the manga is probably pretty good. I even considering picking up the manga. I don't even have to check to know that it's adapted from a manga. It has the manga stink all over it. I already know it's a manga adaptation. But I would check out the manga. But the show has what I'm going to call the garbaggio problem, because there was a YouTuber a long time ago who described the show as garbaggio for doing this, which is where the characters and the environment have two art styles that are so distinct that they don't even look like they exist in the same world that they exist in. This is a show where the backgrounds are super detailed to the point of borderline photorealism, but the characters look kind of like a how to draw manga book. Like they are mostly just cycle between the same three flat expressions, and they're very flat. Like the art style is I mean, they're just drawn poorly. Like they're off model constantly, and not because of like smear frames, but like actual frames that the shots hold on for a long time will just be off model, and it just looks bad. Like I don't know what to tell you. The characters constantly look bad in this show, and they move so stiffly, right? Like there were I mean, Mono again. It's good that we have this comparison because Mono was the same season, and it's a pretty similar show in terms of content and themes and like atmosphere, vibes. It's similar in vibes, right? Mono didn't have the most frames of any anime, but the animation was still super expressive and dynamic, you know? I've been using the words expressive and dynamic a lot in this segment. But I don't know what else to say. It felt alive, you know? It felt like it had weight. They didn't require extra frames. It just required more skill, you know? It was just better. In this show, they constantly walk like robots. They move the bare minimum amount of distance between poses, and that's it. Like, it just sucks. I'm telling you, it just fucking sucks. And, there's an issue of character design here. Firstly, I think the character designs are dog shit. I think they look ugly. I think the main girl's character design is especially bad. There's something about the way that her hair looks, and her hair falls on her face and fits around her head. That's just wrong. Like, it just looks off to me, and it never stopped looking off. And like the color, like really, because the backgrounds are always borderline photorealistic, the fact that the colors on the character art are so cartoonish, bold, like bright, saturated, like it just doesn't work. Like it doesn't blend. The way like you can see lighting in the background just not working the same as lighting on the characters. Like I don't know why they would do that. It should be easier. Like it's very clear that they just went to these places, took pictures of places, and then just pretty much traced over them for the background art, right? Like that's definitely what they did. And so the background art is like borderline. Yeah, I mean I've already gone over this, but the characters art is too detailed. Like they needed to simplify more. It's obvious that they didn't have the animation talent or time or staff count or whatever to pull this off because the animation looks like shit, right? The whole thing looks like a slideshow, and they even with their limited frames, they don't make good use of those frames, right? The characters are constantly they just feel unnatural. They just feel like robots. They feel like they don't have any emotion, right? They don't act. The characters don't act. They just talk. They just talk and they go through the motions of like, well, this scene requires one character to move from one location to another location. And so the character like fucking Roblox walks over there, It's not like where's the fucking sense of personality that you can get just from a character's gait, just from the way they walk, which is a that's a thing that's in so many. There are many. That's not facial expressions, just empty. No like little. There's no detail in the way people's expressions change. It's just nothing. And so clearly they didn't have whatever. They didn't have something in order to make this work. And I think a good reason for that is because there's too much detail in the character designs. They should have adapted it harder. They should have simplified the designs one more degree. You have to remember that removing one line from a character's hair, is one less line that an animator has to draw over the course of hundreds of frames. You're saving a significant amount of time by removing one line. That ultimately is hundreds, if not thousands, of lines that animator doesn't have to draw. You're saving a lot of time. You're saving enough time for extra polish, right? And the fact that the characters are over designed in such a weird way, where their hair, all of the characters' hair looks weirdly shaggy. It's just weird because there's too many lines. Just get rid of the lines. And it doesn't, and it's like they're not even lit properly. Like it just looks bad. I don't know what to say. It just looks bad. And it has no reason to. Just to fucking simplify that shit. Mono has it's the same mangaka, but the art style of Mono compared to the art style of Yurukam, two adaptations of this exact same art style, in the manga, two animation. The Mono art style is significantly more simplified. It's significantly stripped down compared to the way they adapted that for anime in Yurukam. They did that on purpose. They knew what they could pull off, and they worked within the constraints that they had, And sure, it's not as detailed. Does it also give the show somewhat of its own identity separate from... Yeah, sure, but, it worked. It gave them the extra time to do what I think is some of the best character animation of the season, They didn't bother to do that here. No one put any thought into it, and so it didn't happen. It's predictable. It could have been fixed. It didn't have to be this way. So yeah, visually the show sucks. I only give a fuck that the show sucks visually because it sucks in every other way too. I say that a slice of life anime has to have something. Lots of people say slice of life shows they have no plot, nothing happens, but that's never been true. There are no slice of life shows where nothing happens. Right? It doesn't exist. Most slice of life shows are either held up by their comedy, by their atmosphere, by their drama. That's pretty much the main three: comedy, atmosphere, drama. Most shows have all three in some proportion. This show has no comedy and no drama, so it's entirely focusing on atmosphere, which is generally the domain of your Iyashikes, to focus heavily on the drama side of that triangle, on the atmosphere side of that triangle. And it doesn't have it, because the art isn't there, because the music isn't there, because the directing isn't there, because the talent isn't there in general. I know, I'm shitting on the show. I'm shitting on the show super fucking hard, even though I don't think it was that bad. I'd give it a 4. But I'm very disappointed, because the premise is good. The premise is cool. I want to hang out with cute girls and travel around Japan, And so I'm really disappointed that I just felt like this didn't really pull it off at all. Yeah, that's Tabby, I guess. I'm just laughing at my own jokes. It's fucking pathetic. Oh, that's Tabby. Well, what can you do? That's Tabby, I guess. Okay, we're gonna watch one episode of Gundam G-Cucks, and then I'm gonna edit this fucking thing. Holy shit, man. Okay, unsurprisingly, I've decided to drop G-Cucks. But, actually, I thought the first episode was kind of cool. The reason I'm dropping it is because I just don't know enough. Well, there's a couple of things. It's not strictly speaking that the first episode was bad. I thought it was actually kind of, yeah. I mean, there were some fights, the big robot fights. That's cool. Everyone likes that. There was a, a bit of Yuri bait. I'm okay with that. The art style is pretty interesting and unique. Some interesting world building, whatever. But it just made me want to. It's just the reason I'm dropping it is because it just makes me want to watch real Gundam, like good Gundam. You know, like I want to watch 0079. Like I want to actually start and watch Gundam Gun. You know what? You guys know what I'm saying, right? Like just like every other person, I have been meaning to watch Gundam for a long time, and I haven't done it yet. Maybe that'll be the next project in the year of the otaku. Watch as much Gundam as I can. After I watch as much Macross as I can. Oh god, there's so much anime. Which is really, fittingly, the thesis of this video. There is too much There is too much fucking anime. There is too much. No one's watching all of this. It's just not happening. Now, it's great that there are good shows being made, and I'm very glad that I did this, because I watched shows that I would never have otherwise watched, you know. I might not have watched Apocalypse Hotel. I definitely wouldn't have watched Catch Me at the Ballpark. I might have skipped over Mono because I thought Eurocamp wasn't that great, and I know it's, like there's shows that and I might have just skipped over this season that I actually got a lot out of. Right, like I'm glad I did this, but I'm not doing it again. Okay, it's just too much anime. This finish or fail shit. It was viable at one point, it was viable, but there's too much anime getting made these days. And what's interesting is that according to the anime industry, which doesn't make any sense to me, I don't know how this is true. But I saw this when I was doing research for the Cool Japan video, that like the general consensus in the anime industry and in the government is that supply can't meet demand, that there is too much demand for anime and just not enough animators. Doesn't make any fucking sense, because the demand is not for lots of different shows. The demand is for high quality shows. Like most people aren't doing this. No one is doing this. Like no one is watching every anime every season. It just doesn't happen. The demand is for a few probably longer running, higher quality shows. More freelance. That's what everyone wants. That's what the most normie to the most otaku. Everyone wants more freelance. And, they're making a second season of Freerun, of course. If they didn't, they would be idiots. Now, like, Freerun isn't my favorite show ever, but, everyone's got to accept it's a good show. The point is, this is unsustainable. Everyone knows it's unsustainable. Everyone's been saying it's unsustainable for years. It's like the housing market. Sorry to be boring, but it's like the housing market. Everyone knows that it's unsustainable. Everyone's been saying it's unsustainable for years, and at some point, it's good. Bubbles can't last forever. Like this is a bubble. This will not end well. I suspect. Something else. I should maybe do a whole video about this, about like how much of the modern production of anime doesn't happen in Japan, like, and how actually specifically a lot of it happens in Vietnam specifically. Like, most anime are, strictly speaking, international co-productions, and mostly that's between Japan and Vietnam, at least by my understanding. Which is limited. I feel like I should talk a little bit more about G-Cux, why I dropped it, just briefly. I mean, I pretty much said that. I just want to, like, I feel like I'm missing context because I've only watched War in the Pocket. I haven't watched it. I don't know much about Gundam lore. But more importantly, I have friends who are super into Gundam, and I remember them talking about the show while it was coming out, and I've talked to them about it as well, and they were extremely disappointed, especially by around like episode 2, 3, 4, that kind of, you know. And I trust them. I just trust their taste. I can 100%, maybe this is a little bit dishonest, but frankly, I just want to move on. And I'm not lying to myself. I know that I had the authentic emotion while watching the show. If I wasn't doing this challenge, then what I would have done would be to, assuming this was in a vacuum, and I watched the first episode of Kirosenshi Gundam G Cux. Terrible name. Let's just get that off I don't know if I've mentioned this, but it should be self-evident. Terrible name for a show. For a number of reasons. What I would have done is stopped watching that first episode and gone and watched either 0079 or The Witch from Mercury. I would have done one of those two things instead of finishing this show, because that's what it made me want to do. That was the instinct I had. That was the immediate, authentic, genuine emotional reaction that I had watching an episode. Was this makes me want to watch good Gundam? This makes me want to watch a different Gundam show, which I do want to do. So yeah. What conclusions can we draw from this? What is my opinion on the state of anime in 2020, whatever, 5? Is it still 25? I think so, somehow. What conclusions can we make about the state of anime? I think it's actually pretty good. I think there's too many shows, and too many sequels. But because people tend to, and I'm part of the problem here, people tend to watch 12-episode shows, and so shows that would in a past era have just been 26 episodes long and now just 2 seasons. It's probably more convenient production-wise as well. It's probably better for the companies because instead of putting, you get to diversify a little bit. You get to make an extra show in between your 2 seasons. So if you can spread your bets a little better. Honestly, it's probably fine. It's probably good for everyone because I prefer watching 12-episode shows as well. But unfortunately, the problem is that oftentimes I watch a lot of anime and then I forget what happened in season 1. Especially if it's like an Isekai, because I've watched so many of them and they're often fairly similar. I get them mixed up. Don't ask me to explain the difference or whatever. Anyway, yeah, I honestly don't have much to say. I don't feel like I have that much. I feel like I started recording thinking I could just bullshit some shit out my ass about the state of anime, but honestly, I'm pretty happy with it. I feel like, yeah, there was a lot of duds, but there's always a lot of duds every season. Going back to the 80s, going back to the 70s, everyone knows this. If you ever authentically, it's just that in the 80s, a season was 3 shows. And one of them was really good, and the other 2 were the worst shit you've ever seen in your life. And now we have just the whole spectrum of quality, So if you want my ultimate conclusions, the good shows that you should watch. Here, this will be timestamped in the video. This will be the end timestamped. It will be called recommendations or something. Conclusions, recommendations. The good shows: Apocalypse Hotel, anime of the season. Mono, close second place. Mono, really good. And Catch Me at the Ballpark, hidden gem of the season. These are the big 3. These are the big 3 recommendations that I have. Yeah, I'm probably forgetting some stuff, but that's it. That's the end of this video, so I can finally move on with my life and watch Gundam or whatever. I think I'm gonna watch something else. I think I'm gonna just pick something from a different era, go back to the 2000s, watch a harem show, go back home. Yeah, I feel like they say Michelangelo, he finished painting the Sistine Chapel. What was the first thing he did when it was unveiled? Is he went back to his studio, and the first day he started chiseling marble because that's what he wanted to do. He was a sculptor. That's me right now. I finished my Sistine Chapel. I'm going back and I'm watching a dog shit harem show from the 2000s. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, anime. That's Tabby. That's Tabby.